Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome to SpaceX's Flight 8 broadcast from What About It. Thank you all for showing up. This is an amazing day. I've been waiting for this. I mean, we've been waiting for this since January 16th, I think, when something happened and we were denied a full flight. And so I'm very, very much looking forward to this one, to see Ship 34 do what Ship 33 was supposed to do. Again, thank you so much for showing up. We already have 5,000 people watching. Like the stream, very important for the algorithm to show it to more people. And here's my ritual. Post in the chat where you are all from, because it's always absolutely amazing to see that this spaceflight community spans the entire globe. So thank you, Florida. And, oh, that's my wife. She's sitting right there in the off right now and laughing like crazy. So I'm so happy that we can do this today for you again. And I hope that this launch is going to go flawlessly. We're going to go through the entire process, what we can expect. This chat is racing. Thank you so much for telling us where you're from. Look at all these different places. That is the spaceflight community. It's just so incredible. Look at this. This is the entire world watching this, and that's exactly how it should be. And I cannot be more happy than to have you all here today. Serbia, Austria. We have super chats coming in. Thank you so much. These go directly into what we're doing here. We have Jordan Gidry out there. We have Jay out there at Raptor Roost, by the way. That's a really, really good spot to watch a launch live, raptorroost.com. Hey, Keith, if you're watching this right now, good luck for the launch later on. There's an entire team working here. I emphasize this whenever I can. I'm in front of the camera, but there's plenty more in the background. We have Jonathan sitting there watching the stream right now. We have Indigo getting ready for your questions. We have my wife sitting over there doing the same. We're going to get a weather report from my radar from Erica in roughly an hour. There are so many people involved in making the content that you see on my YouTube channel, and these people deserve a huge shout out. Still going. Bolivia. My wife's been to Bolivia before. That's really, really nice. India, Ukraine, hang in there, guys. Scotland, Montana. Oh, man. Czech Republic, India again, Ethiopia. This is so amazing. And see, that's what I mean. Ostfriesland as well. Shout out to my old home. I'm not from Ostfriesland, but it was close to that, way closer to it than I am right now. Moved to the United States 3 years ago, but originally I am from Germany, even though half my family comes from the United States. And I hope they're watching too right now. Shout out to Peggy and Dan and all the others if you're watching this. Yeah, it's amazing. Look at this still going and going and going, and everyone is posting a different place. And you're all looking at your screens right now, hoping to see SpaceX launch Flight 8 today. We're going to switch over to our camera now to just take a first look at an on-site look. There we go. It's a little foggy out there right now, and I really, really hope that this is going to clear up before they start fueling the rocket, which is going to be in a little bit more than 3 hours. SpaceX has shifted slightly, so they're going to come online 20 minutes later than they said yesterday. So that might mean a delay of 20 minutes for the launch as well. We're not sure yet, but normally that means that. Yeah, we have the full stack. We've had it since yesterday, which is there's the timer as well. We have had a full stack since yesterday, which is a novum with Starship launches. So a few things have gone differently this time. Booster 15 had some trouble with its hot staging ring, which is the part that separates the booster from the ship, and it's separated during hot staging. It's there to protect the upper part of the booster from the ship's engines blasting off into space. And SpaceX had some trouble attaching it to the booster. We did a flyover when the booster was just sitting on the launch mount, and we saw that SpaceX attached two struts, two beams across the top of the booster, which could be an indicator for all sorts of stuff. My theory right now is that they maybe had a slightly deformed upper ring or something like that, and so the hot staging ring didn't perfectly fit, and so they attached these beams. That could be a reason. but that's speculation. But what's not speculation is that it took them a long time to attach that hot staging ring to the top of the booster. And so the normal process would be that a Starship gets stacked at least 2 days before the launch, I think, and then you do a wet dress rehearsal. That is something where the entire rocket, or at least part of the rocket, is being fueled to check if all the systems work, all the valves and the fuel lines and the internal sensors and the flight computer and everything checks out. They didn't do that. That is something that isn't necessarily needed, and it's a sign that SpaceX is slowly transitioning out of their "we're not sure about the rocket" phase. They're developing this thing brand new. This is not comparable to, for example, ULA's Vulcan rocket that on its maiden flight went just fine. On the second one and had some trouble, but on the first one it went just fine. This is a completely new development. So SpaceX is basically learning how to build the largest rocket in the world the way they want to build it. And with that, you're normally you're trying to play it very, very slow. You're trying to be very, very safe with everything that you do. And so a wet dress rehearsal normally was part of the routine before a launch, and we didn't see that yet. Basically, the launch itself includes a wet dress rehearsal because the entire rocket is being fueled, all the sensors are being checked and everything. But them skipping this time is something new. We've not seen this before. So this stack has been on the pad for, I think, less than 24 hours. Yes, it's been, I think it was stacked yesterday evening at around 7 or 8 p.m. my time, Florida time, East Coast. And so it's been less than 24 hours that this stack has been sitting on the pad. In probably 3 hours from now, maybe a little later, we're going to see a launch. That means the action is going to start in roughly 2 hours when SpaceX starts, well, they do their final go, no-go for fueling, and then they are going to fuel the rocket, which takes roughly 45 minutes for everything to be filled up. And then that's what we're waiting for. On the last flight, we saw a perfect launch. Everything went fine until stage separation. The booster came back and got caught. We were cheering, and then SpaceX observed some flashes in on the engines. The engines turned off one by one, and the investigation. And then the FTS system, so the flight termination system, which basically is a bomb, or several actually, attached to the Starship upper stage, and it's supposed to end the flight if the rocket gets out of control. That system kicked in, and it destroyed the rocket, and it came down over the ocean, and a few parts even dropped on some islands in the Caribbean, which wasn't optimal, but the investigation is still ongoing. And what this means for us is that on the last flight, we didn't see much. We wanted to see the Starship go to space. We wanted it to separate its Starlink dummy satellites and do a Raptor relight in space and so on and so forth, re-enter the atmosphere and do a soft landing in the ocean, in the Indian Ocean, which all didn't happen. I think 3 minutes into the flight of the Starship, it exploded, and that was it. That's why Flight 8 is so much more interesting for us right now, because what you see there on top of that stack is a Block 2 Starship. It's actually, I've got a toy here. A friend of mine, Ann, sent me this a few days ago, and I haven't even had time to play with it yet. Look at this thing. This is a Block 2 Starship, as the same thing is almost as big as I am here in the picture right now. It's huge. This is what SpaceX has stacked on top. And there are tons of changes in this thing. If you're interested in this, go to morethan3d.com. This isn't a paid advertisement. He genuinely is a friend of mine. And most of the models that you see in the background in the videos, if you're interested where those rockets come from, like 90% are from him, because he's really good. He's an engineer as his day job. And so he really, really knows how to make these models and how to produce them in an amazing quality. So I'm going to use that thing for a few explanations later on. The biggest difference between the Block 2 Starship and a Block 1 Starship is, from the outside, it's a few changes on the heat shield, and the forward flaps look a little different because SpaceX chose to get them to attach them in a different angle so that they're outside of the plasma flow. I've got some pictures for that as well. I can show you these. Give me a second. Here we go. Let me open this up real quick and see if I can actually put this on screen for you. 1 second. I do have to go into, wait, now I covered this up. I have to use this to show this. All right, so boom. And I press this button here. Give me a second. I should have prepared this better. So this is the block 2. So there are several pictures here that I should be able to switch exactly. So this is the nose cone of block 1 and a block 2 Starship. That's what I was talking about. I even have a pen here. So this is block 2 and this is block 1. As you can see, there's lots of visual changes here. You have a different header tank system. You have a different heat shield. The heat shield here curves outwards, and here it is a straight line. You have a downcomer going down here on the block 1. It was on the side. You have a different dome down here, which is way flatter. That's called an E-dome. There is an explanation for that too that I'll get into. But the main difference is that on a Block 1 Starship, you had a payload bay that started roughly here, so above that dome, right? And on the Block 2 Starship, it starts here, which is, as you can see, this is the same height. So this is smaller. That means in return that the propellant tanks of the Starship, let me see if I can get those up. I have to switch to this and turn this over. So this is a Block 1 main tank setup. So you have the methane tank, which is here, and you have the oxygen tank, which is down here. And if you take a look, I got to switch this again. So if you take a look at the block 2, you see that this is substantially bigger, meaning the Starship upper stage has more reach with a bigger fuel tank. And that's the biggest problem that SpaceX has with the Starship right now as well. You might have heard that they want to refuel these Starships in orbit. That they do because it takes a lot of energy to even get a Starship into low Earth orbit. And then you have to refuel it to get more fuel to reach your actual destination if it's beyond Earth. But even for orbit, for orbital deployments of payloads, this is a disadvantage. If you're running out of fuel quickly, you're limited in your orbits. And so the Block 2 variant has larger fuel tanks, meaning it has more range in orbit. So it has more delta V. I'm saying range because people understand that better. Actually, it's called delta V, which decides how long you can thrust, how you can change your orbit because you still have fuel left. So Block 2 has way more of that. So this is with and without the heat shield. And this is a comparison. That's another really nice comparison. This is a Starship Block 2 fairing. That is this thing here. And then here you have a New Glenn fairing. That is the rocket that is right now being actively developed. It had its first maiden flight, but expect more changes in the future on that design. New Glenn is a really, really large rocket, and this puts into comparison what's the difference there, because people know Starships are huge, but they don't know what is the competition doing. And so Blue Origin is building New Glenn, which has a huge fairing, but the biggest difference between New Glenn's fairing and Starship is it's not fully reusable. So it has about the same capacity, maybe even a little bit more for really, really large payloads. It doesn't bring that much tonnage up, but tonnage is it's not that important. What's way more important is how much volume you have in your fairing, because you're not sending up lead bars, you're sending up payload. So payload isn't as dense as, you cannot fill a Starship fairing with 200 tons of payload with a normal satellite, because it doesn't have enough density, so it will weigh less. So the volume of a fairing normally is more important than the total payload capacity. So New Glenn is able to compete with a Starship in fairing size, but it's not able to compete with it in reusability, and that's what SpaceX wants to achieve here. So let me turn off this screen share again. There we go. All right, thank you for doing that in the background, Jonathan. Like I said, we have plenty of people working here in the background to help me find the right buttons, because our stream setup has changed so much in the past few years. When I started this, our streams were way less sophisticated. Right now, we have plenty of people working in the background, pushing all sorts of buttons. I have huge amounts of buttons in front of me. And I only use those during Starship streams, and the rest of the team uses them actually more often than I do. I'm off part of the tradition with my live streams is that you can ask me questions. So if you tag, who are we tagging today? Question into the off. What a Okay, so type hashtag question and then write your question, and it'll be picked up by the moderators in the system, and then I'll get these questions to answer them to you. If you want to bump yourself up in that list, of course, a super chat is always appreciated, and it puts you on top of that list because the people that are willing to give some coffee money are preferred in answering the questions. But other than that, feel free to shoot us questions, and I'll answer as many as I can. Normally, my voice goes away after like 2 hours or so because I've answered so many. And until we have a few questions coming in, I already see the first questions coming in. Hashtag question is what you got to write. Yeah. I know. My wife is telling me stuff from the office. Well, until then, I'm going to go through the flight timeline with you real quick so that you're up to date on what we can actually expect. Give me a second. So that we can go through what we're expecting for today's flight. All right, so we have, starting at T-1 hour and 15 minutes, we're expecting SpaceX's flight director conduct poll and verify go for propellant load. That's what I said earlier. That's the first step. They check the sensors, see if everything checks out before they start fueling, and then at 45 minutes before
I was muted, sorry. So it seems like we have just lost Felix to some network connection issues. So I'll just hold on for a second and finish what we started. So basically, he was talking about the flight day timeline. So what events we can expect from SpaceX before we actually lift off at T-0 or T0. And first event is at 1 hour and 15 minutes or 75 minutes before T0. We'll see the flight director verify if we go for propellant load. So if we think that, if they think that we can actually launch today, and if all the conditions like the weather and if are good to go, yeah. And then at 45 minutes, I think Felix is back as well. 45 minutes before T0, chip locks loading will start, and then just 2 minutes later, the fuel loading as well. And Felix just gave me a thumbs up, so I think he's back. And then I'll just get him in here again real quick. There he is.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. My backend just crashed. I'm sorry for that. I restarted it as quick as I could. So what did you end up saying?
We went through the pre-launch timeline until the ship locks and fuel loading. So the first 3 points. So you can continue from there. And,
okay, I will. Then after SpaceX starts fueling the ship, they start fueling the booster. Shortly after, because the weight of the Starship being filled up is a problem for the booster below. So you can't just completely fill the entire Starship. Otherwise, the booster would crumble because it's not, when it's under pressure, it is way more stable. It's kind of like a Coke can. If you've ever crushed a Coke can before, when it's empty, it's super easy. When it's filled, and especially when you shake it a little bit, try to crush it. You won't be able to. Or with a lot of force, you'll be able to, but it's way more stable, even though it's got that thin outer layer of metal, and that's it. And that's the same for a rocket. So that's the reason why SpaceX, shortly after they start fueling the ship, they start fueling the booster. This process goes all the way to 19 minutes and 40 seconds prior to the launch. Is the next interesting thing happens. They begin chilling their engines. That is being done. So they send a little bit of, I think, methane through the engines to cool them down slowly, because a Raptor engine is something absolutely, or actually any rocket engine is something fascinating in the regard that it has some extremely hot spots, like the combustion chamber, right next to extremely cool spots, like anything that is in contact with the liquid liquidly cooled fuel, which is between 150 and 170 degrees Celsius minus. So it's really, really cold stuff. And to make that temperature shock for the engines themselves not so hard, they pre-cool them. They slowly cool them down to the temperature that the fuel has, and then so that during a liftoff, the engine, every part that needs to be cold is already cold when the fuel starts shooting through. That happens at 19 minutes and 40 seconds prior to the launch, and then that's basically it. At 3 minutes and 20 seconds, ship propellant load is complete. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the booster is complete. And then you have the final go, no go, 30 seconds before the launch. At 40 seconds before the launch, SpaceX traditionally has a spot in their flight preparation procedure. There is a spot at 40 seconds where they can hold for some time. So during earlier launches, we had it that at 40 seconds, T minus 40 seconds, the launch countdown would stop, and SpaceX would go into a hold to check sensor data. If something was off, it just gives them some time to check their systems before the launch to make sure that everything checks out. On the last 2 launches, though, SpaceX just rushed through that and without any hiccups. So at minus 40, keep that in mind, minus 40 seconds, we might see a little hold, but we might not as well. If it works out as it did on the last 2 launches, it's just going to go through, and then excitement is guaranteed. At T minus 0, the rocket lifts off, and we're on for almost exactly the same thing we had on the last flight. If you've watched that before, if you were here on January 16th, maybe even with us, you know that SpaceX is, for the first time ever, they're flying a Block 2 Starship, which is the upgraded hardware. We talked about that. They're flying Starlink dummy satellites. Those aren't functional because that wouldn't actually make any sense, because they're on the same, when they're being released, they're on the same trajectory as the Starship. So shortly after being released, they deorbit again because they're not high enough. But they give SpaceX a chance to test out their PEZ dispenser network system, not network. That's this thing up here. Starship right now has a payload bay door that looks really, really strange. It's this narrow slit here in the rocket, which isn't useful for anything but Starlink satellites. And I'll even put some in here. I think this PEZ dispenser is even operational, which is completely crazy. Like I said, it's a toy, but it's a wonderful one. And they have on the last flight, they had 10 dummy satellites in this payload section. This time they have 4. I don't know why they reduced the amount, but it shouldn't be a big problem, because the only thing they want to do with those, they're dummies, they don't work, is they want to test this PEZ dispenser system that is especially designed to push Starlink satellites out. And we're hopefully going to see 4 of those deployed today. SpaceX is planning to do a Raptor in-flight relight test, which is important for later flights. This time, for this one, is actually not that important. It would deorbit without it. Without the Starship ever relighting its engines, it would still deorbit. But for later flights, if you actually send a Starship into orbit, which they could already do, so anybody saying that Starship hasn't reached orbit yet, yes, but that's planned. There's a reason they cut the engines early so that it is on a ballistic trajectory and re-enters automatically, because they don't want a Starship to re-enter somewhere they can't control. So that's why it hasn't reached orbit yet. But for when they go to orbit, they will, and that's hopefully going to be on flight number 9, they need the capability to relight their Raptor engines on the ship's upper stage to be able to do a deorbit burn. And you want to test that beforehand, because lighting an engine on a test stand or lighting it for a static fire is a different thing than lighting it in space. So that's what we're going to see as well today. SpaceX has custom heat shield tiles on top of their on the upper stage. So the booster doesn't have a heat shield, but the upper stage has a huge heat shield with, I think, almost 9,000 heat tiles spanning across the entire Starship. So it's an insane system, and it's one of the biggest problems for Starship right now. And that's why SpaceX has a few test tiles and also removed heat tiles on the Starship. So in some spots, they even removed the heat tiles to see what the heat of your entry is going to do to the hull. Can a Starship survive a re-entry with a few heat tiles missing? That's a valuable test for SpaceX. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, there you can see the ship there, and the black part is the heat shield. And they have actively cooled heat tiles on the flight this time, which is another thing we couldn't see on the last one, because again, the Starship it executed an FTS and just landed in the ocean shortly after separation. So SpaceX never got any results, and we didn't see it either. They have actively cooled heat tiles. They have spots where there's tiles missing, and they also have custom heat tiles that have a slightly different composition just for testing. And it's going to be really interesting to see how this Starship fares during its re-entry, which is going to be after all these shenanigans that they're going to do in orbit, like the satellite deployment, the in-flight Raptor engine relight, and so on and so forth. At some point, let me see where that is. Hot stage jettison, payload deploy demo. At 17 minutes and 24 seconds into flight, we should see SpaceX deploy 4 Starlink satellites. I'm very much looking forward to that as well. But again, you don't have to worry. Those are going to re-enter the atmosphere really quick after deployment. They're just going to burn up in the atmosphere, and that's it. There's not going to be any trash left in orbit or anything like that. That's another thing that I get confronted with a lot isn't SpaceX trashing our orbits? Well, there's a chance that every launch leaves a few pieces and bits in space. But SpaceX is very, very good at either attaching these pieces firmly to their upper stages so that they can't just float away and re-enter with the upper stage, or they are in such a low orbit that it takes them a maximum of a few weeks or months to deorbit. So the debris in space that we should be worried about is at 500 kilometers plus is where it really gets nasty, because the atmosphere, thickness of the atmosphere, like the ISS, for example, isn't in completely empty space. There's still some atmosphere left up there, and it's enough to cause drag, to produce drag on the station, and so it has to be lifted up every once in a while. They have to push it out again because it got too slow, and so it falls towards the planet. The same thing happens with debris at these heights, so you don't have to worry about that. You have to worry about what's above 500 kilometers. But that was a sidetrack from me. Let me check if we already have a few questions coming in here. And yes, we do. Plenty of them. All right, I'll try to answer a few of those. Can I bring those up on screen? I think I can. I just checked the button here. Chat messages. There we go. So if I press this button, you should be able to see the chat message come up. Am I good? Oh, what? Hello for you, Felix from Scotland. The Distinctor, thank you so much for showing up, and thank you so much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated. You rock. Thank you. We have Max West. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's go. Godspeed, Ship 34 and Booster 15. Can't wait. Same here. As I said before, Flight 7 was a bit of a disappointment. I mean, SpaceX did catch the booster again, which is miraculous still to me. It's unbelievable how they even do this. It screams down through the atmosphere with more than 8,000 kilometers per hour, and they catch it with a robot right next to the beach in Boca Chica. It's incredible. I mean, I know how they're doing it, but I still can't wrap my head around that they've done it twice now, and that they might be doing it a third time today. So, and then the ship. I'm hoping that this ship is going to go far, but we'll see. Okay, thank you very, very much, Max West. We have the User Bros. Thank you so much for the super chat. You rock as well. Here's your shout out. Thank you so much. We have DM. Thank you so much for the super chat. Musk just owns SpaceX. He should share glory with his engineering team. I think he does. Right now, there's a lot of political turmoil surrounding all this kind of stuff because of elections and so on and so forth. I'm really not good at uttering political opinions because I'm not a political analyst, and I can't vote in the United States, and I don't live in Germany anymore. So I have very, very little political influence right now. But what people should realize is that this literally is bigger than Elon Musk. If you put him next to it, you couldn't see him. This is about us going to space. This is about us maybe getting the tools to even build something meaningful in space, and not just an ISS that is terribly expensive and has space for very few people. We're talking about larger space stations that are already in the works. We're talking about moon bases. We're talking about permanently manned crewed moon bases. I was born in 1980. I'm sorry. We're talking about maybe even a colony on Mars. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm rooting for SpaceX and for all the engineers out there that help realize all these projects. Actually, it's not even just SpaceX. It's Stoke Space. It's Fast. It's Relativity. There are so many Rocketlabs, so many researching and developing into full reusability, which got sparked by SpaceX. If they would not have done Falcon 9, who knows? We might still be flying largely throwaway rockets, and that is very slow progress. If a launch is that expensive, it takes a long time to do anything meaningful in space. We've just done a really, really nice deep dive into that you can watch as well on our channel, about SpaceX's history and why full reusability is such a big difference. It's even a big difference compared to Falcon 9. A Falcon 9 launch right now costs, I think if you book it, it's around $60 million. SpaceX internally is probably going to pay way less for it, but that's the price that the customer pays. And the only reason why that price is so low compared to, for example, the Vulcan rocket, which is at, I think, $120 million, it's double that, is because you can reuse the rocket, or at least part of the rocket. If you can reuse the entire rocket, that price goes down even further and significantly. In that episode, in that video that I was talking about, I make the comparison to an Airbus A320, and the reason why your ticket when you go to your favorite vacation destination is just $500 compared to the plane's price of $100 million, which is comparable to a rocket, to an orbital rocket. It's about the same, is that it can be reused. It lands, it gets refueled, and they put new dinner in and new luggage, and it flies again, and that's what brings the price down to $500. And so if we can achieve that with a Starship, that would be absolutely amazing. What perspective is this that we're watching there right now? What's the camera that we have on the screen there right now? Oh, I didn't even know we had that. So there you go. That's a view directly from the pad. I knew we had the Zcam, but I didn't know we had a stream setup. So thank you so much, Jordan, for making that happen. That gives us a way better view at the Frostlines coming up in a little more than 1.5 hours. So yeah, that's the important part about Starship. Full reusability is way, way bigger than any political turmoils going on right now. It's also removed from it because it's SpaceX building the rocket. It's a difficult thing, and I'm being bombarded by these comments and have been for the past 1.5 months, and it's hard to explain it to everybody because I can't comment on everything. I'm trying to comment as much as I can, and there's a lot of disinformation out there as well. Let SpaceX do their job. They're doing a fantastic job. They're not too expensive, so anybody telling you that this is a waste of taxpayer money, it's exactly the opposite, because since SpaceX entered the market, prices for launches have dropped dramatically. So also for the government, when they send up something with SpaceX, be it astronauts, be it resupply missions to the ISS, be it anything, it is way cheaper than it was before. And with a Starship, it's going to get even cheaper than that. So it's reducing costs. It's not doing any damage. And we're here for the glory and for the excitement that is hopefully guaranteed today on Starship's Flight 8. If you've just joined us here, I haven't even looked at the numbers, because we're at 10,000 people watching right now. So thank you so much for tuning in. The chat is still going like crazy. I appreciate it very much. The entire team is cheering. Like the stream, become a channel member or a patron, buy yourself a t-shirt in our merch store. The links are all under this video or on our channel, and the moderators can spam them in there as well. This is what gets the bandwagon going. This is what keeps us moving, because the team is more than 10 people in the background. It's not just me, and they're all happy about your support. We're sitting here waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight number 8 with with Ship 34 and Booster 15, and they are about to try to repeat what they did on Flight 7. With a few little differences, but it's largely a copy of Flight 7 because Flight 7 exploded. And hopefully today the rocket is just going to continue on its path, and we're going to see all these beautiful things that they want to do in space. This stream is also sponsored by My Radar. It's actually a dear friend of mine as well, same as the guy who makes these rocket models. My Radar is an absolutely amazing weather app. It is for free. You can download it. It's actually, I think, the biggest weather app out there as well. You can even track Mars rovers with it, because the guy who's my friend on that team is a huge space fan, and so it even has a few things in there for space fans. It is really, really useful. In 20 minutes or so, we're going to get a launch weather report from Erica from the My Radar team, and I'm really hoping that she's just going to give us positive news here, because there is a solid cloud coverage out there. And I heard about wind speeds maybe being a problem. I researched into it myself, and I think the wind is not going to be a problem today, but clouds, and especially lightning strikes and stuff like that, could be. I'm hoping that we're not going to see any of that, but we have Erica here as an expert in 20 minutes or so. She's going to give you the latest briefing on that. Other than that, I'm extremely happy that you're all showing up. You can see the picture quality right now is a little bit foggy. There's a lot of moisture in the air, 95, 97%. So it's really moist out there today. That shouldn't be a problem for the launch, but it makes our picture a little bit foggy. Yeah, and we're sitting here waiting for SpaceX to start fueling the rocket and then hopefully send it up into space, which is going to be amazing. All right, we have Patrick White. Thank you so much for your super chat. I'm going to show this here as well. Keep up the great work, Felix and crew. Way to go, Y, and way to go, SpaceX. I couldn't agree more. And thank you for emphasizing that it's not just me. There's an entire team behind me. I could not do all the work needed to bring you all this content and to bring you all these live streams and so on and so forth. So there is a tough and really, really cool team in the background, and they all cheer for your support. So thank you very much. We have It Is What It Is. Thank you so much for the super chat. Someone said they got more cameras either on or near the ship. Is this true? Keep the Y family going, Felix. We love watching you beam joy on liftoff. Thank you so much. So I heard too that they have installed some extra cameras. The one camera that I'm most excited about is that one of the dummy satellites is going to have a camera, or at least it had it on Flight 7. We knew that. And I really hope that SpaceX installed it on Flight 8 as well. I think they have, because it'll give them some valuable visuals on the satellite deployment. So we might even see that satellite go down in the Pez dispenser stack and at some point floating out, and then you'll see the perspective from the satellite looking back at the Starship, hopefully, and that should be absolutely amazing. SpaceX realizes all this stuff. Like if you watch a rocket launch from another launch provider, you'll realize that their presentation isn't as good as SpaceX's is most of the time. Rocketlabs does a very decent job as well. But for example, ULA switches over to a 3D animation as soon as the rocket is at a reasonable height. And then that's it. That's what you're left with. SpaceX takes a lot of pride in presenting these launches in a really, really crazy quality. They are the people that brought us the first live view images of something re-entering the atmosphere. And they do this with Starlink. So the Starship, the booster itself, I think as well, and the Starlink dummy satellites build their connection to us so that we can see the image through the Starlink satellite network. And that is just amazing. Yeah, and I hope they're going to do the same today, because that Starlink dummy camera view is what I want to see. Okay, so we have Mr. Puppy. Thank you so much for your question. Felix, bro, what will happen to the dummy links after they get deployed? Will that stay in space or fall back into the Earth, down to Earth, waiting for an answer? So here's your answer. They are being released at the same trajectory that the Starship is being released at. That's how orbital mechanics work. If you don't add delta V, you can't gain height. And if you don't take speed out, you can't lose height. So these satellites, you see the Starship flies up onto its suborbital trajectory, which leads to it automatically re-entering the atmosphere at some point, because it doesn't go into a full orbit. And the same thing happens to the dummy satellites. So they get deployed out of the Starship. They drift away from the Starship, of course, because they have this initial impulse of being pushed out of the pass dispenser, and that's basically it. They just float next to the Starship and re-enter together with it. So they're going to be in space for 30 minutes max. That's it. And then they re-enter again. So no worries about space debris. SpaceX is actually pretty good at not leaving much space debris up there at all. The entire Starlink constellation works at a maximum height, I think right now, of 500 kilometers, meaning if a Starlink satellite breaks and is unresponsive, so it's just a piece of nothing, just the hardware, and you can't reach it anymore, it stays up there for as long as 2 to 3 years. That's basically it. And then it deorbits automatically. So even that long-term is not a problem. And if it's lower, at 350 kilometers, I think, is the maximum density of Starlink satellites, and those deorbit quickly. If they don't constantly push their orbit up again and work against the very, very little dense atmosphere, but it's enough. It creates a little bit of drag, and that constantly makes the satellite sink in altitude, and at some point it reaches denser atmosphere parts, and then it deorbits and burns up. So it doesn't last long in space. That's an important part. So we have Donald Nemmer. Thank you, Donald, for your question. Joy to us all. Thank you, Felix, for all you do. Donnie from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for watching. We have Moa. Question, do you think it will go for a catch? The booster will, the Starship won't. SpaceX has announced that they want to have one more safe and sound soft touchdown in the Indian Ocean of the ship before they start catching it, which was supposed to be the last flight, but that ended in an FTS detonation. So it didn't give SpaceX the result that they wanted. So if this Starship makes it through its entire process in space, all the mission objectives it's supposed to do, and then it re-enters safely, still being responsive and everything, and it does the same thing we've seen on flights 5 and 6. I think those were the ones that had really, really good splashdowns in the Indian Ocean. If the Starship does the same thing again, SpaceX might aim for a ship catch on the next flight. It's not a guarantee, because in the end, the SpaceX engineers have to decide. They got all the data, and they have to go through it and make sure that every checkbox is ticked, because you do not want to aim with a Starship for a populated area if you're not absolutely sure that the thing does exactly what you want it to do. So that's the thing that they're doing right now. They're testing this upper stage to see if it can go through this entire process multiple times without a problem. Every time it has a problem, it resets that counter, basically, and you don't get to the ship catch. But if it does it on this flight, there's a good chance that they're going to go for a catch on the next one. And that, of course, would involve either several orbits of a Starship and SpaceX quickly unloading the booster from Tower A, the tower that we're looking at there right now, but behind it, you can see there's a second tower. That is Pad B. SpaceX is frantically working on that thing, and the chopsticks have already moved. And for a catch, you don't need a working orbital launch mount under it. So the part that actually the rocket sits on, you don't need that for a catch. You only need the operating chopsticks and a stand that you can put the ship down onto after your catch. Stands, they have plenty, and if the chopsticks are operational at that point, which I presume they will be because they've already moved them, that would mean they could actually catch the booster with one tower and the ship with the other, and that will be absolutely spectacular. I'm very much looking forward to that. So I hope that answered your question. It's one that I got plenty recently, so it is a very valid question. We should have seen a Starship catch on this launch, but because flight number 7 totally didn't turn out the way SpaceX wanted it to, we might see it on the next one. Okay, we have the next question coming in from It Is What It Is. Do you think they got any bananas this time? So this plays on flight number, I think, 6, when SpaceX lifted a banana into space as a payload joke. They've done this before. They've lifted up wheels of cheese. They've lifted up Tesla Roadsters, all sorts of stuff. SpaceX loves playing fun. Actually, the livery on this Starship incorporates a small crew capsule, Crew Dragon as well. So there's always some jokes and shenanigans. And on that flight, they lifted a banana into space for scale, of course. This one has the dummy satellites. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to see the return of the banana hero, but we're seeing something better, the dummy satellites, and one of them has a camera, just saying. That's probably going to be a really, really epic view. Okay, so we have major breakfast. Thank you very... Give me a second. What? Yes. Of course. We have major breakfast. When will the EU merch store get the new designs? Yeah. Tell that to EU copyright laws. We're putting all our designs up on the EU store as well, but half of them get rejected because of copyright reasons. Because in the EU, there is a very, very strict copyright law. And of course, I do understand our shirt manufacturer, that they reflect a few of those designs and say, we're not going to sell those, because in the EU, you can actually be sued if you sell a design that is remotely similar to something already existing, or something that somebody else owns their copyright on, and so on and so forth. And they see it's SpaceX, and then they fear that SpaceX might sue them, which SpaceX would never do, obviously, but it's the law. And that's the reason why in the EU merch store, you have less designs than in the US. It's not because we don't put them up. I hate it, but it's the way it is. We could only circumvent that by making our printing our own shirts. Right now, we have a partner that we work with that prints the shirts for us. But that takes a lot of money up front, so keep the super chats coming. It's not cheap to have these pre-printed and then to accept the risk that they won't even be sold. And honestly, we're missing the budget for that. So if you raise our budgets, we can do this for you. Until then, you can ship from the US store to Europe, but of course, it'll take some time, and the shipping is expensive. But there's no other, so I'm very, very sorry. It's European copyright laws. That's your answer. Yeah, for those that have just joined in, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, become a channel member if you want to pitch in some money. The entire team is going to cheer you along. Do super chats if you want to give us some coffee money. Support the efforts, because all the stuff we're doing here takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of equipment, it takes a lot of money, and we're very, very happy that we have such a nice community behind us, backing us. Without the community that's already given something, you wouldn't see this stuff. So think if you want to be a part of that. It's much appreciated. You get extra content on our Patreon and on our channel members. You get the episodes for free. You get them without ads. You get them earlier than everybody else, at least most of the time, if we don't have a problem releasing the episode. But that's like 99% of the time. You get chats with me. I'm often in our Patreon chat talking to people. You get access to our Discord server, where there's tons of people right now watching the stream and waiting for the launch. And there's a really cool community. Yada, yada. I don't want to do the self-promotion longer. Keep that in mind while watching. Like the stream, and thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so we have Mariachi. Thank you so much for the super chat. Question: could they still achieve those early concept designs of a Starship with panorama windows at the very top? I know what you're talking about. It looks like Block 2 header tanks leave no room for passengers. The room for passengers would, of course, be below that. That's number one. Number two is Block 2 is a prototype as much as Block 1 was, so it's not the final version. There is room for change there. And third, I totally agree with you. I would love to see those windows, but from an engineering standpoint, they make no sense. They add weight, they add complexity, they add instability in the hull because you have windows there and not hull. They make everything more difficult. So I don't know if we're ever going to see those panoramic windows, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see windows as large as possible and as large as feasible, because SpaceX, there's a reason why they do these Easter eggs on their rockets and why they always do something goofy like sending up a banana or a wheel of cheese or a car. It's because they've got humor and because they're inspired. So Crew Dragon, for example, is a perfect example as well. It doesn't need windows. It has windows, though, and it has plenty of them. I mean, not plenty, but it has more windows than it needs. And I hope the same is going to happen for Starship, that they put as many windows in as possible, because I personally believe, even though it is harder to make it, it costs more money, and makes the hull way more complex and everything gets more complicated, it's worth it, because we're not intending to send robots to the moon and Mars. We're intending to send astronauts, and for these astronauts to get inspired and to be happy about what they're doing, they need a window. It's as simple as it is. When you explore something, you do that because you want to see it. And if you don't see anything out your rocket, I think it's not a good thing. It doesn't need that huge panoramic window, but it should have as many windows as possible so that they can soak in the inspiration, that they see what they're actually doing there, especially on Mars. If a Starship lands on Mars and you use it as a habitat, because you don't have to send all Starships back again, you can use it as a habitat, and a habitat without windows, it works, but it's not the nicest. So it would make a lot of sense to put windows in there from an inspirational standpoint, but it doesn't make much sense from an engineering standpoint. So you need to find a balance there. I think we're not going to see the panoramic windows, but I think we're going to see a fair bit of windows. At least I hope so. Let me see. We have Edward Natty. I hope Natty. I hope I didn't butcher that too much. Thank you, Felix, for your amazing content all these years from Paris, France. One of my sisters lives near the Spanish border in France. I am closely related to France. Thank you so much for tuning in. And yeah, we've been doing this for almost 6 years now, which is amazing. But when I uploaded that first video, I would have never thought it comes to this. So thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This is much appreciated. We have Jumbo Smooth. Thank you so much for the super chat. Will the FTS be removed on human flights? No. Human flights have bombs on board. It's crazy, but the thing is, starships don't have an escape system, a launch escape system. Something like the Crew Dragon, for example, it sits on top of the Falcon 9 rocket, and when there is a problem during the early stages of flight, the crew capsule separates from the rocket, and then the rocket explodes. The astronauts are safe. On a Starship, you do not have that. You cannot push this gigantic upper stage away from the booster quick enough, so it would kind of work, but it would be it's really hard to do from an engineering standpoint. And there is no magical little compartment that can be pushed out with the astronauts in. There isn't any launch escape system on a Starship. But the important part is, in the beginning of aviation, pilots had a parachute with them because they could jump out of their double-decker planes and have a chance to survive, because these things were unreliable and it happened all the time because they were built out of wood, and the engines would stop and the thing would stall. It wasn't a sound design. It was in the beginning. That kind of is the same for rockets in the past. At some point, you have to decide if your safety records are enough to skip the safety system. In a passenger airplane nowadays, nobody would ever be upset because they're not being handed a parachute when they enter the plane. You would actually probably be pretty afraid if they would hand you a parachute when you enter the plane, because your first question would be, how reliable is this plane that you have to hand me a parachute when I enter it? That's kind of the same as with the rocket safety systems. So as long as Starship is safe enough, as long as it's reliable enough, it doesn't need a launch escape system. That's the philosophy behind this. And yes, it does have an FTS system, because if that Starship aims for a large city, even with people on board, if it's unresponsive, it's better if the rocket explodes with a few people on board than it crashing into downtown New York or any other large city, because then you have way more people dying than just the astronauts on board. So yes, it is going to have an FTS system, and no, it's not going to have a launch escape system. The goal for SpaceX is to make it as safe as an airplane, so that you don't need the safety system. Sounds tough, I know, but let's see if they can pull it off. We have Richard Bishop. Thank you so much for your super chat. When will they introduce the Raptor 4 engine? They haven't even built the Raptor 3 engine into a prototype yet, as far as I know. So it'll come. It's unknown when it's going to come. It's going to be a smaller iteration than Raptor 3, because Raptor 3 was an insane iteration from Raptor 2. It got way slimmer. It got way better. It doesn't even need a heat shield around it anymore for re-entry, because it has an actively cooled jacket built into the engine that cools the outer laying components, and so on and so forth. It looks like Tory Bruno saw, and Tory Bruno is an intelligent man who knows what he's talking about. He's done rockets for decades. And when he saw the first pictures of a Raptor 3 engine on X, he commented under it saying that it would be unnecessary for SpaceX to try to fool everybody by saying that this is a fully assembled rocket engine. And then a day later, Gwen Shotwell posted a picture of an engine that looked exactly the same as the one where Tory Bruno said it wasn't fully assembled, and it was running on a test stand, ignited. That's how crazy Raptor 3 is. It's so slim and such a sleek design that even a rocket expert who has been in the business for decades said this can't be. And then SpaceX proved him wrong by showing the same engine running. So I don't know what you're expecting for Raptor 4. I'm interested in seeing Raptor 3 running. Raptor 4 is going to come. But it's going to be way less of an iteration than Raptor 3, I think. I don't know what else you could even improve on the thing at this point. Maybe a little bit more thrust, a little bit more ISP for those that don't know, make the engine more efficient, to take out a little bit more energy out of the fuel that you pump into it to actually make it go forward. But there's not much room there either. Raptor 3 is crazy, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that being installed on a Block 2 booster, which we've seen the first test candidate of, or at least the first elements of. I think it's booster 18 that we spotted. And that is likely going to have Raptor 3 engines on board. I hope so, at least. And yeah, it's going to be something. We have a video about that as well. If you're interested in learning more about the Raptor 3 engine, it is I think our most successful video to date. It's from mid-January. Maybe one of the moderators can put a link into the chat right now. That explains the entire story. What makes Raptor possible? What are the difference to other rocket engines? Why did SpaceX develop it the way they developed it right now? And what's the difference between Raptor 2 and 3? And why did Tory Bruno not believe SpaceX? So it's a fascinating engine, that's for sure. I'll do 2 or 3 more questions because I can see our Erica, our flying weather reporter, is getting ready here for your launch weather report. And I'm really looking forward to that because it still looks very, very foggy and hazy out there. So give me a moment. I'll do 1 or 2 more questions and she'll jump in. So Richard, that was a really good question. Overmotor, I love the nickname. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, watching from Tampa. Woo, we're neighbors. What is your thought on Rocketlabs' Hungry Hippo fairing? I love it. Should SpaceX try something similar to Falcon 9? For Falcon 9. So these concepts, these engineering concepts, are always made for that specific rocket. On Neutron, it makes sense to have that hippo fairing. It looks like in James Bond, there was this, I think, I don't remember which James Bond movie it was, but it's this rocket that opens up like this and swallows another capsule. Cold War, crazy James Bond story, but Rocketlabs is now building this, not to swallow other capsules, obviously, but it is basically a fairing that's on top of the rocket like this, like a usual fairing, and it opens up like this, dispenses the payload, closes again, and then the upper stage, same as SpaceX is trying with the Starship, is supposed to re-enter for full reusability. I think it's a very ingenious concept. Rocket Lab can do that because they don't have any header tanks in the nose or a heat shield, because they put the heat shield on the bottom. It's a different concept. It re-enters like a capsule. For a Starship, that's not possible because the Starship re-enters like a skydiver, so it needs a heat shield on the entire thing, making it very complex if you want to open the heat shield with. It's really complicated if you have moving parts on a heat shield, makes it way more difficult. So that's not an option. And Falcon 9, trust me, as soon as Starship is going to fly reliably, Falcon 9 doesn't make much sense anymore. So I see Erica is getting more and more ready here. Are we ready to get her on screen? All right. No, That's okay. That's okay. Just tell me when she's ready, because I see all sorts of stuff popping up here, weather reports, and I see Erica on the side. It's just so lovely to work with such a talented and really, really cool team. I love these people. Shout out to the team. So that was a good question, but I do not think that SpaceX is ever going to try something like that for Falcon 9, because Starship is supposed to take over. Which is not going to be abrupt. It's going to take some time for it to fade out, but it doesn't make much sense to do a major redesign of the fairing if it's already phasing out. We have Ali Kaya. Thank you so much for your super chat. Will a Starship be completely empty when refueled in orbit, or only half empty so that two halves make a full? Is that the idea they are following? That depends solely on the amount of payload and on the orbit in which you want to refuel. So if you want to refuel in a lower orbit, you'll still have fuel left in the Starship. If you're refueling in a higher orbit, you need more delta V to reach it, and the Starship is empty. Also, of course, depending on the payload weight, not volume. So theoretically, they could refuel it in any orbit as long as the Starship can reach it. But they need to find a balance, because the tanker Starship, which is heading for the Starship that is supposed to be refueled, is not supposed to burn that much fuel before it can actually refuel the other Starship. So it would make sense to do it in as low as possible orbit. So that would probably be at around 300, maybe 350 kilometers in height, because at that point, the atmosphere is thin enough for the rocket not to deorbit instantly, and it's not high so that the tanker ship is empty when it reaches the Starship it's supposed to fuel. But what I can tell you as an answer to this is that the Starship that is supposed to be refueled is probably going to be almost empty at the point when SpaceX starts refueling it, because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. You have that fuel to go up. You can use it to bring the payload into that designated refueling orbit, and you should use all of it, because otherwise you've miscalculated. You have a heavy rocket, and you only put as much fuel into that rocket as needed to reach its orbit. And then the tanker Starships come in and refuel the Starship until it's full, which takes several flights. So it's not just one tanker Starship being able to refill the entire Starship. It takes, I've seen all sorts of calculations for that, and there's no real way to give a solid answer on it, but it's going to at least be 4 or 5 launches of tanker ships until a Starship that is in orbit is full enough to do something else. That was a long answer, I'm sorry, but it's an interesting question. Thanks for bringing it up. We have Epic Valleys Still. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Thank you so much for pointing that out again. For everybody who has just joined, we are waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight number 8, which is going to be crazy. So you should stay tuned. Like the stream, click the subscribe button if you like what we're doing here, because that's the best way you can pay us back, and it is completely for free. If you want to go a step further, become a channel member, become a patron, and give us money monthly, you'll get a huge amount of extra content for that. Everybody gets all the picture galleries from our photographers, from our flyovers. You get our episodes ad-free. You get chats with me. You get access to our Discord channel. So like, there's a huge package of stuff surrounding becoming a channel member or becoming a patron. Buy yourself a t-shirt in our merch store. Go to shop.whataboutit.space to get yourself a print from our photographers for your wall, museum quality, really, really fine prints. And a significant amount of them, I think it's 50% of what you pay for the picture, goes directly to the paycheck of the photographer. So if you like what Jordan is doing out there every day, sweating in the dunes of Boca Chica, buy yourself a print. He's going to smile for everybody. Every one of those prints being sold, he's going to be like, yes. So there you go. Thank you so much for the support. Epic Valleys Still. I'm waiting for Jonathan to tell me something. All right. So then I'm going to leave you with Erica from My Radar, who are sponsoring today's stream. Again, it's the best weather app out there. I'm a trained pilot. I've used My Radar way before I even started this YouTube channel. These people rock. They're super dedicated. They work every day to bring you the best weather reports, and it's completely for free. And Erica is a meteorologist on that team, and she's going to give you the launch weather report for Starship Flight 8.
coming and talking about weather, especially when it matters. Today is just one of those days where it's looking a little dicey. I think the fact that they haven't delayed it yet because of weather is a good sign. I was listening to your stream earlier. I know you were concerned about the cloud coverage, which one of the good news with this is these clouds, I don't think even meet the criteria for the possibility of lightning. It's usually more cumulus clouds associated with thunderstorms. These clouds are just more of that foggy, low clouds. So that is one of the problems we're having. The visibility, at least from what I'm seeing on the cameras, looks very good. One of the other things too that I'm noticing that might just not only be fog, but on the ground, that might just be some dirt being picked up by these gusty winds. Winds up to 25 miles per hour are occurring a little bit closer to the coast there in Boca Chica. So that's another thing that we're watching. And I think as we head towards the next hour or so, there will be a period of time, I think between 5 and 6, where the winds won't be as strong. And so I can show you all that here. And what you're looking at right now is our satellite feature, one of our newest features in the MyRadar app. And so that's cloud coverage that we're talking about. And so one of the things that's occurring with the clouds right now is, and you can see where that line of clouds are. So over the next several hours, those will start to clear out. But like I was mentioning, the clouds coming from the Gulf of Mexico, the winds are from the south. And so that's pumping in all of that warm, moist air from the Gulf. And that's why we're seeing not only foggy conditions, but that cloud coverage. And as well, because we're in between frontal systems, or I should say low pressure systems. So low pressure to the west of Boca Chica, and then high pressure just to the north. Because we're in between those two pressure system, it creates this gradient, and that's why we're seeing those gusty winds. Although I don't think this will delay the launch, just because I think the winds will just be below that criteria at least 25 miles per hour. Now, let's say they do delay the launch to tomorrow. One of my concerns with what is going to happen tomorrow is, you can see way up here in the New Mexico area, this is that low pressure system that, we've been busy all day on my radar because we have severe weather risks to the north of the area. So once this frontal system pushes in, gusty winds in excess of 30 miles per hour will start to arrive around the South Texas area. So if they don't launch today, tomorrow wouldn't be a good weather day, and maybe Wednesday would be the next best day to launch. But overall, I think in terms of weather conditions, it's looking fairly decent for this area. So I kind of want to show you the forecast here over the next several hours. And I have this on here as well, just so you can visualize what I'm talking about. And so let's go here to some of the maps that we have. And here's just the future forecast for South Texas. So the winds, I think it might be overdoing it a little bit, but I think up to 25 miles per hour, especially in that coastal area. And I can zoom in there and you can see this is for that 5 to 6 o'clock time frame. And in terms of cloud coverage, now maybe not the best viewing conditions for the launch, but I don't think it'll delay launch whatsoever in terms of cloud coverage. But one of the caveats with the cloud coverage is, if we don't have it, the winds blow it out of the way, it means we don't have cloud coverage, but we have the gusty winds, and the winds could really pose a problem, not just because it's at the surface, but when we have gusty winds at the surface, we also have gusty winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So because the rocket's going to launch and hit those gusty winds, that could also be a problem. But right now it's not looking like a major issue, and I think they will find a time, at least once the launch window opens, to launch Starship. So at least for the weather, looking good today. If they do delay it tomorrow, not so good. And then Wednesday, I think, would be the next best weather opportunity to launch Starship. So really my biggest concern, and I've been looking at this over the last several days, is the winds. But I think some good news is, I know for those that are down there in South Texas and they want to view the launch, maybe not the best viewing conditions. I've been there, done that when I was down there in the summer. Not really the best conditions, but it was foggy and they were still able to launch in the early morning hours. So what I'm showing you on the screen right now is as well what we're going to see hour by hour over the next several hours. So that 16, 17, 18, you can see the temperature's pretty cool along the coast, but the surface winds at about 15 to 20 miles per hour, maybe gusting up to 25. And so the sky coverage will lessen, not as much, maybe down 10%, but you can see that humidity because we're seeing the winds from the south pumping in all that moisture. And that's why we're seeing the foggy conditions there. But overall, I think in terms of launch, the weather looks good. And if they don't launch today, tomorrow, not the best. And then we'll have to see and wait until Wednesday. So at least that's my take on the weather. I know from just looking at what's on the camera, it looks foggy, but I think they'll be able to launch today. I know some good news for you, Felix.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, don't push the button. There you go. Okay, so you just heard it. Weather looks good for the day. The fog is because of this extremely high moisture that's in the air. Thank you so much, Erica, from my radar for doing this. This is very much appreciated, and I could never do this. I know a little bit about meteorology because I'm a trained pilot, but your skills are way beyond anything I could do. So thank you so much for joining us today and doing the launch weather report. I did not like that you said that tomorrow doesn't look too good. So let's just hope it launches today.
Yeah, it's just the winds, you know.
This is
The
incredible.
changing weather
We have
pattern. Yeah.
14,000 people watching right now. Thank you all so much for joining us. I've heard a few comments from people saying your hairline looks different. It does, right? I have a sponsor coming up in the future that is going to explain this to you. I'm very happy with my new hairline. Okay, let me just jump right into the questions again, because normally I'm running out of time because I'm running out of questions, and I do really very, very much appreciate all the super chats. So thank you so much. This is what keeps this running. This is extremely important for us. Yeah, thank you so much. I have a question into the off. I still see Erica's weather report in my preview screen, so I would love to see the cameras again. I mean, you guys are seeing them, but I don't. I do not. Yes. Oh, there it is. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so tank farm activity is spooling up. We should be roughly, we should be about an hour away from SpaceX starting to fuel the rocket, maybe a little bit more, because SpaceX has pushed its stream 20 minutes out. So it might be that we're seeing the launch 20 minutes later than they anticipated. The launch window opens up at 5:30 Central Time, which is Starbase time, which would be 6:30 Eastern Time, which would be midnight Europe, GMT, I think. So it's going to be late for everybody in Europe. Stay tuned with us. It's hopefully going to be worth it. Okay, so we had Epic Valleys still, and now we are going to have Luke Roberts. Thank you so much for your super chat. Have you thought about partnering with Bunker branding for printing and distribution of shirts? Just a thought. We'll look into it. I'm taking note of this right now. Give me a second. I have not heard of them yet. We're always looking for ways to improve. If you have something that you see in our episodes, in our live streams, where you're like, I think there's a better way, shoot it out to the moderators. We're always happy to get advice. And merchandise is close to my heart. The reason why we have so much merchandise on our merchandise store is because, let me just bring that up real quick. I think I have that somewhere as well, or not. It doesn't matter much. The reason why I love merchandise so much is because I'm crazy about merchandise. In fact, my wife is telling me that I shouldn't buy more t-shirts because 90% of those are merchandise t-shirts from somebody else. I'm a huge geek with that kind of stuff. And that's why I love our merchandise so much. And if there is a way to improve that, especially with self-printed shirts, I'm very much interested in that. That's for sure. So thank you so much for that idea and for the super chat. All right, let me check that out real quick. So we have a $100 super chat by Petrol. Thank you so much. This helps us immensely. Thank you so much for that big super chat. It doesn't pop up in my questions tool because you didn't write a message, but here's your shout out. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have Bora Altunsiken. Thank you so much for your super chat. I hope I didn't butcher your name too hard. Hi, Felix. What are the materials used to make heat shield tiles? All right, give me a second. I have heat shield tiles. So this is a silica foam. It's a so this flew on IFT2, I think. This is from a Starship, and I think it was even IFT1, the tunnel digging machine, because that thing exploded over the ocean. It didn't make it too far, and the explosion spread those tiles across the entire Gulf, and they got swept onto shore again a few days later and up to a few weeks later. This was given to me by Ron Hardrock. Thank you so much for doing this for me, because these are my biggest possession. I have 6 of these from different parts of the ship, and I've used these so many times to explain exactly these kinds of questions. So this stuff here, I'm going to move this a little bit closer to the camera so that you can see it. This is a very soft material. You can even scratch it with your finger. See that this is leaving a mark already. This is very, very soft. If you rub your finger over it, it's going to turn white at the tip. Now, this doesn't focus, but here you can see it slightly. So this stuff is super, super brittle. And that's the reason why I get the question often, why SpaceX doesn't just cover the OLM with heat tiles, right? Because they are so heat resistant. The problem is they are so brittle that the direct force of an engine applied to such a heat tile would turn it into little bits and pieces. That's why it's not useful for that. But yeah, this is a silica foam with a little bit of aluminum inside to make the heat conductivity even greater. The material is extremely good at soaking up heat and not letting it through. It isolates the outside of the ship from the steel hull of the tanks, because you don't want that to get hot. You want the heat tiles to get hot. And this part out here is a glazing that just makes the heat tile more resilient. If you would just have this porous material on the outside as well, on this side that actually faces outwards on the ship, it, like I said, I have the white stuff on my finger again. You just have to rub your finger over it, and parts of it just come off. That's how brittle this material is. It's silica foam, almost the same mixture that NASA used on the space shuttle. Funny enough, it's almost the same technology. And I could go into more detail. I don't know if you have time. I'll maybe do a little bit. So you can see these little holes here, and in there you can see these little metal pieces. Those clamp onto pins on the outside of the hull. This is a standard tile. That's the most tiles that you can find on the ship. Other tiles look differently on the back. They don't have this attachment because they're actually glued onto the hull. So not all the tiles have these metal connectors that they connect through. But yeah, it's a fascinating topic. I should do an episode about this at some point. I really should, like only focusing on the tiles. That was an excellent question. Thank you so much. So we have Rob Trike. Thank you so much for the super chat. Can Steph wave hello? I think she can. You even have a microphone.
Hello.
That's my wife. Sometimes she does an episode. Sometimes she does an integration. Most of the time when I just don't have the time to step in front of the camera. She does a wonderful job behind the scenes, though. So even though you only see her every now and then in episodes, she is part of every episode. She works in the background like crazy. Everybody on the team knows her. Some fear her messages. She keeps everything together. She does a wonderful job, and she's been my wife for now, I think, 12 years. We've been together for 14 years. We have 3 kids together. She is a powerhouse. 15 years together, she says. I hope I'm not going to get any hits for that. She's a powerhouse. So thank you so much for telling her to show herself on the camera. I think she deserves it very much. Everybody give it up for Steffi in the chat. She's blushing. Okay, so we have Midel Bird Houses. Thank you so much for your super chat. Did you see Elon yesterday on Joe Rogan talking about Starship heat shield? It seems like it will never be robust enough. Your thoughts? I have not seen that. I still have to take a look at it because obviously I was neck deep into preparing for this upcoming flight, which is a lot of work. So I have not watched that yet. I will, but even without watching it, I extremely agree. I couldn't agree more. Let me just show you something else here real quick. Like this one, for example. This is another heat tile from a different spot. This is a leading edge on one of the flap hinges, I think. That's as far as I could like track it down on where from the ship this actually is. It also shows you the heat tiles without the metal pieces. So this heat tile does not connect to the hull via these metal pins. It just has these holes in here that are used for glue. And here you can even see some of the glue left on the edge here. See this blue stuff? That's the glue that they use to attach the heat tile to the hull. And it's the exact same thing. That's why I picked this up. It's the exact same thing, even though this heat tile is thicker, because at that part of the heat shield, you just need more heat tile because there's more plasma flowing at that spot. It is extremely soft material. I can indent this with my fingernail. I hope you guys can stand that I'm doing this, but they have scuff marks all over the place anyway. So this stuff is so soft. I can just press it in with my finger, and that's never going to change because we don't have a wonder material. That's another thing that I'm always or often being confronted with is people saying, why don't they just? Because physics. You don't have a magic material that you can just develop that is hard as steel and really, really good at insulating. That's not how it works. The only stuff we have right now with these kinds of attributes is silica foam. If you can come up with something else that would do the same thing and is not regenerative cooling or anything else, there are other options that SpaceX is investigating as well. If you can come up with something, do send it out. You're probably getting a Nobel Prize for it, and SpaceX will hire you instantly. It's just not, we're very limited. This silica foam, a Starship heat tile, needs to be tough enough to withstand the vibrations of a launch and tough enough to withstand plasma flow, direct plasma flow for minutes at a time. And after that, it is supposed to be directly reusable. So SpaceX is not planning on switching out heat tiles after every launch. What they want to have is a system that lands between the chopsticks, gets put onto another booster, refueled, new people walk in, new food goes in, and the thing launches again, like an Airbus A320, as I said before. Watch the episode if you haven't done so yet. It's a really, really good one. And that's the problem. So they're limited. And this is the only stuff that they have right now. And besides that, you have regenerative cooling. I think that is something that they should explore more because it would get rid of this and it would add complexity and a little bit of weight, but it might still be worth it. That basically means that the Starship doesn't have any heat tiles, or it has heat tiles with little holes in them. And out of these holes comes methane during the re-entry process. This methane is really, really cold, and it produces a barrier between the plasma and the ship, and that's what you want. And our dog found something. I'm here in the studio with 3 individuals. One is my wife, one is the dog. Chewy. Oh no. There you go. He's looking at me and he's wagging his tail. So regenerative cooling or active cooling means you have methane coming out of the ship's hull or out of the heat tiles, no matter how you want it. It creates a film on the outside of the hull, which separates the plasma from the ship itself, and that way cools the Starship down. Methane, don't be afraid. I know it's flammable, but in these upper atmosphere layers where the plasma actually is, there's no oxygen, or so little oxygen that it couldn't create a flame. So don't worry about SpaceX wanting to incinerate Starships. It wouldn't catch on fire, even though there's plasma. Methane needs oxygen to burn. So yeah, that's another way. And it's going to be extremely interesting to see how SpaceX progresses with this, because their ultimate goal is rapid reusability even. So they want a rocket that is fully reusable. So the booster and the upper stage can be reused many, many times over. I think the Falcon 9 booster with the most flights right now stands at 26. It's part of our SpaceX history, and why SpaceX gets rid of the legs. That's actually the question we're answering in that video. So that's 26. SpaceX wants to do way more with Starships. They want to launch them. They want to launch one Starship in a perfect scenario. They want to launch it thousands of times, over and over and over. And if you have such a brittle heat tile, it adds a lot of maintenance. and that's not a good thing. So it might be true. Yeah, I really had to watch that Joe Rogan episode to see what Musk said about that. We have Cisco. Thank you so much for your super chat. What are the max winds allowed for a launch? Yeah, that's an excellent question. There isn't much known about it. We can do educated guesses from Falcon 9, Crew Falcon 9 launch, NASA's launch commit criteria, weather launch commit criteria. That's the correct term for it. For crewed launches of a Falcon 9, NASA says 30 miles per hour of sustained wind. If it goes above that, it's a no-go. Falcon 9 is smaller, and NASA's criteria for a crew launch are probably way tighter than they are for payload that doesn't live. Meaning for a Falcon 9, you can probably do 40 miles per hour sustained wind for a launch. A Starship is larger, and the Raptor engines can gimbal impressively, meaning we might look at a larger envelope here for the weather, but there is no official information. The one thing I can tell you is that today should be fine. As you can see, the vapor there slowly creeping out under the Starship because SpaceX is chilling the fuel lines right now. That's what you're seeing there. You see that vapor is hardly moving, meaning, I mean, it's slowly moving around. There is no excess wind going on at the launch site right now, and there is no upper level shear winds either. I looked at that, or there is, but it's not enough, and it should be fine. So fingers crossed. But sadly, I don't have any numbers. I would love to have numbers on that. Trust me. I've asked a few people as well, but you can't get any information, or at least I couldn't. I'll let you know on an episode as soon as I do. Okay, we have Joshua Brittenham. Thank you so much for the super chat. When do you think they will catch a Starship? So on the last launch, I would have told you this launch. On this launch, I'm telling you next launch. And that shows you something. It depends on the prototype's performance. Everything else is a crystal ball, and that's it. Well, if you ask me this after the launch, let's just say we're already after the launch and the entire thing has happened perfectly, I would suggest flight number 9. Because that's SpaceX's plan. That's what they've said already, is that they want to have one more perfect soft touchdown in the Indian Ocean before they try to catch a ship at the launch site. That doesn't mean ship reuse, of course, because the first booster they caught didn't get reused either, and the second one hasn't gotten reused yet. It might get reused at some point, but it's not clear because it's a Block 1, and their prototypes develop so quickly that at some point, like 2 months in, your prototype hardware is already outdated, and it doesn't make any sense to reuse it because it gets developed so quickly. But yeah, the first catch might happen on flight 9. If everything works perfectly on this one. It might not even. So even if everything works perfectly, SpaceX might still decide to do it on flight number 10 or maybe even flight number 11. It depends on their numbers, their internal goals and numbers that they want to see. But theoretically, on the next flight, which would be amazing. Imagine a booster coming down and a few minutes later a ship. I would love to see that. We have Elcatch. Thank you so much for the super chat. I am currently doing HRC hardness testing on nuts and washers for SpaceX. Love your videos. Keep the pointy end up. Thank you so much. On nuts and washers, I actually have a washer of a Starship in my possession. Keith from Raptor Roost. Here's another shout out to Raptor Roost. These guys are doing a fantastic job hosting the spaceflight community out directly at the edge of the exclusion zone. You can't get closer to a Starship launch than that. I've been there for 2 launches myself, and I got a washer that was dropped by a Starship that exploded. So I know exactly what you're working on there. Have a lot of fun. Thank you for helping. I've done that on many episodes before as well. It's not just the personalities at SpaceX that built these rockets. It's everybody involved, and everybody is important as well. Be it the welder, be it the guy who attaches a heat tile, be it the guy who does the coffee in the cafeteria. It's all of these people are important. So thank you so much for helping. That is amazing. Shout out to Elcatch. Okay, let me just focus here real quick. So we are at 1 hour and 33 minutes. Give me a second. I gotta move a few windows here. Oh, everything's fine here. 1 second. There we go. 1 hour and 30 minutes to the tracked time. That doesn't mean that that's when the launch is going to happen, but it's close enough. So we should be 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more out from SpaceX doing the go, no go decision for fueling. And at T-minus 45, we should see SpaceX actually start fueling the rocket. At that point, we're in the race. When we see a Frostline appear on the rocket itself, that's the first indicator of SpaceX actually wanting to launch it today. Very much looking forward to that. Man, this is exciting. For everybody who has just joined us, we are at an incredible, I don't even know, let me just check real quick. 15,000 people watching right now. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. This is very, very important for us. I know this is the typical content creator, yada, yada, but it is for free and it helps us a lot. It makes the algorithm share our content more. So like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you like what we're doing. Consider becoming a channel member or a patron. You get huge amounts of extra content, all the photo galleries, ad-free episodes, chats with me, our Discord server, and more. So it's definitely worth it. Check out our merch store. Check out our print store. If you want to make our photographers, Jordan is on site at Raptor Roost right now, and he got so many cameras ready. He's worked like crazy in the past few days. So shout out to him. If you want to make the photographer happy, buy yourself a print, because I think 50% of the revenue from the print store goes directly to the paycheck of the photographer. We're not touching it because he makes the pictures and he is our rock star on the team. Shout out to the entire team for making this happen. And now we're going to continue with our question marathon. So that was Elcatch. Thank you so much. We have maybe Ezzy. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey, Felix, I am a few days behind on SpaceX news. I thought next flight was estimated to be another month or so. What helped speed up this flight? SpaceX getting better with its prototypes. SpaceX getting better with its internal routines of testing boosters and ships before flights, of getting them ready and so on and so forth. Manufacturing is speeding up. The Star Factory, that huge building that SpaceX has built to, and at some point pump out 3 starships per week. That is their goal for that Star Factory, is becoming more and more efficient. The people working inside the Star Factory are getting better and better at building them. And all that adds up to SpaceX now being roughly ready for a launch every month. That's the current schedule that they can keep up. But it's not nearly as much as what they want to do. They want to achieve launching the same Starship booster 3 times a day. That's not today, and that's not going to happen tomorrow either, but at some point, that is SpaceX's goal. But yeah, roughly every month. They have permission, I think, to launch 25 times out of Boca Chica this year. I would not count on that, but I would count on several more launches this year, at least 6, 8, are in the books, I think, and possible. So yeah, they have sped up. And if you want to keep in the loop, watch our episodes. Okay, so we have Kevin Watt. Thank you so much for your super chat. Felix, no question, just wanted to say hi from the UK. Hi, Kevin. Shout out to the UK. Thank you so much for joining in, for giving us some coffee money. It's much appreciated. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I know. I'm seeing it. Okay, we have Buff Bagel. Thank you so much for your super chat. And this is an epic nickname. Flight 9 booster, offshore landing and catch of ship, or use other tower to catch ship. Yeah, that's a good question. So what he's referring to is that SpaceX, as you can see, not in this image, we would have to pan that a little bit over to the side. Let me see if I can do that real quick for you. Give me a second. Or Jonathan, if you're quicker. I have to log into the camera backend again. So I'm in it. Give me a second. I'll show you something. I'm like crudely going over to the other side here. Look at that thing. That's pad B. And I still think it's incredible that by a few mouse clicks, I can move a camera down in Boca Chica. I love it so much. And that's the team. That is the team. That's what you're giving the super chats for. It's not just for me. It's everybody on the team cheering you along as you support us. So this is Tower B. Tower B is in the works right now, but those chopsticks that you can see there on the tower itself, those thingies here, give me a second, those thingies there have already moved, which means they're not fully operational yet, but they can already move, meaning a month from now, they might be ready to actually catch a Starship, because you don't need the pad for it. You just need the chopsticks and a stand under it that they can place the prototype onto after catching it. So you don't need a fully operational pad. And the other option would be to soft land the booster in the ocean. Let me just get this back to the tower so that we can see the rocket again. There it is in all its glory. The other option would be to soft land the booster in the water and catch the ship with this tower. I do think that SpaceX is going to try for a double catch, because it would be the sensation. And if Tower B is ready, why not do it? Why waste a booster that you might even be able to potentially reuse or at least study if you don't have to? So if you have both towers ready, I think SpaceX will go for that double catch, and that would be just amazing. Seeing a booster scream down at 8,500 kilometers per hour from almost orbit down to the launch site again, being caught by a giant robot in the dunes of Boca Chica, and then a while later seeing a Starship doing the same. On a Starship, it's even crazier, because the Starship, if I can bring in my awesome model from morethan3d.com again. It's not sponsored. It's a friend of mine. This thing is going down like this. So it's controlling its descent with these flaps, with these 4 flaps up here and the 2 flaps up here and 2 flaps down here. And it's coming down like this. And then shortly before it's supposed to be caught, it swings into this position and then gets caught. So that's even crazier. It is even more difficult for SpaceX to achieve this, because that flip maneuver is very, very delicate. They've done this during the high altitude flight tests. If you want to take a look at the footage, if you haven't seen those yet, it was absolutely amazing what SpaceX did back then with these Starship upper stages to test them. And that's what we can look forward to if they catch a ship just with a Mechazilla. Boom. It's crazy, and it might come on Flight 9. To answer the question as best as I can, I hope they're going to catch both. And if they're not ready, it's very likely that they're going to do a soft touchdown in the water with the booster and catch the ship. So that would be my answer. But I'm really, really hoping for a double catch. We have Ken Pittman. Thank you so much for the super chat. Great online coverage. Thank you. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much. Then we have Janine De La Cara. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hello, Felix and Y family and members. Love to all. Please push subscribe button. It is free from boring Fort Lauderdale. You're a neighbor of ours as well. I know Janine for some time now. She's been an early supporter of the channel, and it's much appreciated that you've been a supporter for so long, that you're watching this together with us. Enjoy the show, and thank you so much for showing up today again and again and again and again. You rock. Thank you. Then we have John Jurgen. Thank you so much for your super chat. When do you think they will deploy the first real payload on Starship? Today. It is a dummy satellite. They have 4 Starlink dummy satellites in the Starship payload bay. That is this slit that is on top of the Starship here. That is the payload door. And behind that, you have these Starlink dummy satellites on today's flight. They aren't operational satellites, but they are a very useful payload. And as soon as a payload has a use, it is a useful payload. The use case in this case is to test the PEZ dispenser. It is a new contraption that SpaceX has developed to be able to dispense these flat satellites in a stack. So they're stacked on top of each other as they are on a Falcon 9, but on a Falcon 9, they just get released as a swarm. It just unhinges the stack of satellites and they float away. On a Starship, they're going to be pushed out of this slid, and that needs to be tested, and that's what they're doing today. If you're referring to payload that is actually paid for by a customer, this year. I do think this year. or actually maybe next year, because right now Starships only have the PEZ dispenser, which is only useful for SpaceX-built Starlink satellites. So they would need to build a different payload door to be able to dispense satellites. They're probably already in the design phase for this, but we have seen zero prototyping on that. So that might take some time, but it is probably going to be a very similar system to what you see on a normal Falcon 9, maybe with a mechanism that slides the payload out first and then dispenses it. But that should basically be it. Maybe at the end of this year, latest at the beginning of next year. I'm pretty sure about that. Okay. Oh man, we're closing in on the launch on SpaceX's fueling decision as well. Let me bring up the pre-launch timeline here real quick. As you can see here, an hour and 15 minutes before the launch. Is that actually in there? Yes, it is. An hour and 15 minutes before SpaceX starts fueling the rocket, they are doing the decision whether they are going to fuel it or not, and they should be really close to that at this point. And then as soon as we see an actual Frostline appear on the rocket itself, we know that go, no-go decision was good. 20 minutes roughly after that, maybe even a little bit less, SpaceX will go online. Then we'll get the first commentary on the launch itself, not just from me, but from the experts who actually have the data. And oh man, I can't wait. Flight 8 should be incredible. For those who aren't in the loop completely on Starship, SpaceX tried to do the exact same thing they're trying today on Flight 7. Shortly after separation, the Starship on Flight 7, the first Block 2 Starship to ever fly, had a problem in the so-called attic. Above the engines, there is a space that is between the engine heat shield and the first propellant dome. There is this opening in there. And due to oscillations, vibrations during the launch, leaks started springing in the prototype in this attic. And then this attic filled up with propellant slowly, and it exceeded the venting capacity of that attic. At some point, that turned into a combustible mixture. It started burning, and that shut off the engines on the Starship, and that doomed the entire flight. Today, we have a Starship that has improvements from the last flight. They have propellant line improvements, software improvements, and a venting system in the attic and a fire suppression system in the attic. So it can vent better. And if there is a fire coming up in this attic, they can shut it down again with CO2, flooding that compartment, and the fire is off. So that's the improvement on this flight, and that should prevent what happened on the last flight. Even if they get a propellant leak, a small leak makes the rocket still continue, but if you have a fire, that's the end of the story. And so that's what happened on the last flight. And yeah, today SpaceX wants to separate 4 Starlink dummy satellites. They want to relight a Raptor engine in space. They want to test regeneratively cooled heat tiles that are attached to the Starship. And they have left out some heat tiles to test more what that re-entry heat actually does to the Starship's stainless steel hull, which is super interesting and very important for SpaceX as well, because you can always lose a heat tile. But if it's not a problem to lose a heat tile, it's fine. If the stainless steel hull can withstand the re-entry heat in that one spot, SpaceX is fine, and that's what they're testing there as well. There's the dog again. Be quiet, Chewie. There you go. All right. So that's, in a nutshell, what SpaceX wants to test today. They want to catch the booster back at the launch site a few minutes after the launch, which would be catch number 3 so far. Which is absolutely incredible. To even achieve this once was amazing, and my mind is blown every time they repeat this feat, because it is even empty, a super heavy booster is 200 tons heavy. It screams down through the atmosphere at over 8,000 kilometers per hour, and that it manages from orbit to hit that one spot where a catch actually works, and that's right between those chopsticks. It's absolutely amazing, and we might be in the books for that again today. I hope so. And the Starship is going to do a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean west of Australia, same as on the other flights where it actually managed to get there. And this is a preparation for the Starship catch, because SpaceX obviously wants to catch a Starship as well. And we might be able to see that on an upcoming flight, maybe even the next one, if this one works out well. So yeah, fingers crossed for SpaceX, for everybody who's working on Starship. I know some of you are watching this stream right now. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing. This is absolutely amazing. This might be our future, and that's what I'm cheering for. So we have Hubert Stapler. Thank you so much for the super chat. When are they gonna build a tower for the Block 3 ships? What he's referring to is that the Block 3, the proposed Block 3 Starship is going to be taller than the Block 2 Starships right now. Though I do think that it is tall, that the current tower infrastructure is going to be tall enough, not pad A maybe, but definitely pad B should be tall enough to stack a Block 3 Starship. I might be wrong here, but I think I've investigated this before, and I came up that they should be able to even stack a Block 3 Starship with this, because you can also lower the stacking point. Of course, at some point, you're going to run out of a center of gravity, so you can't just lower them as much as you want to. But if we take another look at our wonderful morethan3d.com Starship model, you can see that there's this tiny, I'm going to hold this against my skin so that you have some contrast. This is the little pin, and that is what makes it so incredible as well. This is the little thing that SpaceX intends to catch the Starship with. That's all that's needed on this side and on the other side as well, as you can see here. That's all there is. Compared to the entire rocket, that is absolutely super tiny little thingy up here. That's all that's needed, and that can be lowered a little bit further. So it can't be lowered much further, because then you have a center of gravity problem. When you catch the Starship, you don't want to have it swing like crazy, because if you would put those in the middle of the Starship, it would swing like crazy once it's caught. You can't do that, but you can still lower it a little bit. So they should be good with Tower B, and as soon as Tower B is done, you can expect them to possibly even remove that OLM, that's this stool that the Starship is sitting on there right now. There's this little fun fact about my early career on YouTube talking about SpaceX, is because in the beginning, when they started building that first pad, I thought that this OLM could not be a launch mount. I saw them build it, and I saw them build these stilts and this stool design, and I was like, why would you even design it like this? I thought it was a water tower. And for some time, I think for 3 or 4 episodes in a row, I had this team thing going on between Team Water Tower and Team Launch Mount. And of course, it turned out to be a launch mount, but it's not a perfect launch mount. It is lacking a flame diverter. It has these stilts that make it extremely hard to access this OLM for refurbishment work. Every time a launch happened, you see these cherry pickers and man lifts go up onto this OLM. That's not what you want. What you want is people to access it with an elevator, with stairs, with a ramp, anything that makes it easy to access it. A cherry picker is not an optimal way to reach something. It is a way, but it's not really an optimal way. So that tells you that this OLM design, yeah, it was a try, as many things in the Starship program. SpaceX is trying out different ways, and this didn't work. Without a flame diverter is the wrong way, and these stilts are the wrong way as well. So expect this to be removed as soon as Pad B is operational. They're going to tear down this first OLM, I'm pretty sure about it, and they are going to massively upgrade that first tower so that it is way more similar to Tower B, to what Tower B is right now. That fixes a lot of problems, and maybe even some problems with Block 3. Good question, thank you. We have Rafi Pernell. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. This is what keeps us moving. Thank you so much. Woot woot, love you, Felix. Thank you so much. I love you too, wherever you're watching from. Enjoy the show, and I can't wait for the Frostline to appear. We're probably like 20 minutes or so away from that. I'm really, really hoping that SpaceX is going to launch this today. It's kind of sad for those that are on site today, because I've seen more than 200 rocket launches in person at this point, and seeing a launch with cloud coverage is a 10-second spectacle. You see the rocket take off, it pierces through the clouds, and it's gone. So that's not particularly good for the people that are on site right now. So kudos for traveling out there. Enjoy the 10 seconds. I really hope that this is going to clear up a little bit more for you guys. But for us, it doesn't matter much, because SpaceX has cameras on the rocket. So we're going to see the Starship punch to the clouds and then continue in hopefully crystal clear imagery. So this shouldn't bother us. The wind is very calm right now. The weather is good. fingers crossed for Starship Flight number 8. Okay, so we have Dawson. I'm really going through this as fast as possible. Thank you to everybody who has done super chats. This is what keeps us moving. Thank you so much. We have Dawson Boyle. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks as always for all the hard work to bring us these views, Felix. It's not me. I mean, not just me. I'm an important part on the team, but I'm not the team. There are many people in the background working hard. Thank you so much for making their day a little bit better by sending us a super chat. It's much appreciated. If you've just joined us, we're waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight number 8. They're close to doing their fueling decision, and after that we should see some frost lines appear, and then we're getting into the hot phase of the launch. Stay tuned. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe to the channel if you like what we're doing, and consider becoming a channel member or a patron for a massive amounts of extra content and our eternal gratitude for fueling this bandwagon. This is what keeps us doing this. Without your funding, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you so much. And if you need a good weather app, I have the icon right there above me and a QR code in the bottom on the bottom of the screen. This isn't decoration. This is a sponsor. It's actually a dear friend of mine who has this amazing weather app. It's called My Radar. I think it's the biggest weather app in the world at this point. It is extremely good. I've used it many times even before I started the YouTube channel and way before I even knew anybody on the My Radar team. It's very reliable. It has a few gimmicks for space enthusiasts in it as well, so you can track rockets, you can track Mars rovers with it. It's amazing. It's completely for free. Give it a shot. Shout out to Raptor Roost, who are hosting a lot of people right now watching a Starship live stream and then a launch right outside the boundaries of the exclusion zone. Go to raptorroost.com to check them out if you ever plan on going down there. A huge shout out to Redline Helicopter Tours. These guys are 50% of the reason why you see so many flyover images from us. Huge shout out to Jax. It's a small company out there in South Padre Island, but they'll give you the views that you'll never forget in your life. I've done 2 flights with them so far. I'm extremely jealous of our photographer doing these flights almost every week at this point. You get a chance to see Starbase from above. If you are lucky and if you book the extra ticket, you even get a chance to see a launch from in the air, which is absolutely insanely amazing. These guys are doing an epic job. Redlineheli.com/Felix if you want to get $25 off a flight at Starbase. That's enough rambling about all the awesome people we know and all the awesome people that make all this happen. Thank you so much for joining. And we're tracking a Starship launch today again, which are always the most amazing days in my career. So stay tuned for that. Okay, let me just check something real quick here. I want to stay in the loop here on a few things real quick. So there's still nothing official from SpaceX on things changing here. There's nothing official from anybody else either. So we're still tracking this and we're still, so far, good to go for a launch. Fingers crossed. We have Cage Pingvine, and I see a few more things than you. I see 2 team members here on my monitor watching the stream as well. And Chris, he's on the scriptwriter team. He just crossed his fingers when I said it. So the entire team is rooting for this right now as well. We're the same people that as you. We're just streaming this, and we have a few more cameras than most other people, but we're the same space enthusiasts, and we're in this exactly for the same reason. It's like Jonathan in the background as well. Everybody's cheering here right now. So if you want to, Jonathan and Chris, if you want to come in for a moment, I could use a 5-minute break, and you could use the attention from everybody else. Yeah, he's changing a few things in the background here so that you can see more people from the team, because it really isn't just me. We have some extremely knowledgeable and talented people on the team that make this show happen. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Without them, watch episode number 1 to episode 25, I think. That was me doing this alone. Of course, with way less knowledge than I have nowadays of how to produce a proper YouTube video, but there's hundreds of hours in every video. I could not possibly do this alone. Yeah, so Cage Pingvine. Hey, Felix, I have been following since Starhopper. Do you have Think Ship 8 will fly today? All love from Denmark, Greenland, is American. So part of the message is hard to decipher for me, but I do think that we are going to have a Starship Flight 8 today. There's nothing speaking against it. We can already see vapor coming from the OLM, meaning they're in the final phase of chilling the propellant lines. We should pretty soon see vapor, actually ice, a Frostline appear on the Starship itself. So far, it looks as every time they've launched. The weather is panning out. We have a little bit of haze there in the air today because it's 97% humidity. Another shout out to Jordan who endures this every day. The weather at Starbase, Texas, is South Texas, right at the ocean. It's not easy, and today is a typical day. It's hot and it's very moist out there, but that doesn't harm the rocket. It's looking good. Huge shout out to Denmark. Thank you so much for the super chat. So guys, are you ready? No, I can't hear them either. They're still working on. Yep, they're still working on the microphone here. We'll give them a second. Next up, we have Lucio Cosmo. Like I said, I'm doing this as quick as I can. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks for your clarity and storytelling. Please take care not to cover the screen interesting area with your face, video, or logos during launch. We are every time paying close attention to that. It's a bit difficult because sometimes stuff just pops up without us expecting it, but we're normally pretty quick with doing that. And of course, we're going to do that again today. So we'll make very sure not to speak too much over what SpaceX says and not to cover the telemetry and all the important parts. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, no, go. There you go. We have Captain Fish. Let's go. Let's get this Wood train going. So Captain Fish is one of the most dedicated members we have on the team. He's now even giving the team a super chat. So thank you so much for that. He is the guy when it comes to our live streams. We have a 24/7 camera going. It's not as much known as NASA Spaceflight, but we put a lot of work into it, and it's a lot of fun to watch. And this guy can be found on there 24/7. I think I don't even know when he's sleeping. He's always on there. I don't think so either. He's not sleeping. Let's just say that he always manages everything. He's the good guy on the chat there. Give it a shot. Give it a shot if you haven't watched our live cameras yet, and to get to know Captain Fish. The guy is amazing. Thank you so much for being part of our team. All right. Yes. I'll be back in 5 minutes then.
Hi guys, super happy to be here. Hello, Jonathan. Yeah, Flight 8 is coming up, and yep, it's so cool to see that the gases are flowing. We see all the boil off. Everything should be on track, and as Felix already said, we're just basically minutes away from seeing the first frost lines, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, we can also take a quick look at the other cam. It's not too stable, so it cuts out here and there, but we can clearly see that there's a big vent on the tower already and lots of ground venting. So we're for sure getting close. And if we take another look at our pre-launch timeline again, we can see that by now, hopefully, the launch director would have already verified to go for fueling. We haven't seen any official updates, as far as I know, from SpaceX on their socials yet. So we don't know if they're actually going yet. But actual fuel loading should start in the next 15 minutes, so hopefully we'll hear from them very soon.
Yeah, as well, it's really exciting that for the first time we see that no wet dress rehearsal was made up front, so this is also a first. And the moment we see the frost lines, we know that we at least go into that, and basically at the time when usually wet dress rehearsals end, we will see a start, and what's better than that?
Yeah, and I just saw there's a vent on the OLM as well now. I'll see if I can get our camera a bit closer.
Oh, yes.
So we're for sure getting somewhere. So this is getting very exciting now.
Yep. yeah, with everything looking like this, really the frost lines should be visible any second now, pretty much. And yeah, it's just super exciting to see the ship up there just a month after the last launch, and we all didn't expect it to go. We saw so many indications that problems seem to be there with the hot staging ring not seemingly going on, with the ship being stacked so late, and now everything looks like it's back to clockwork, back to what SpaceX gave us in previous flights.
Yeah, so we can clearly see the vent there. It's going. So I would guess that that's just them pre-chilling all the lines for the in the OM to actually start fueling the booster. Pretty exciting.
Absolutely. Tank farm seems to be all ready, and yeah, let the gases flow.
Cold gases, very cold.
Absolutely, yes.
So
what
we
are
might...
you? Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
What are you looking most for in this flight?
So I think what's going to be very interesting is, I mean, last time we didn't get to actual payload deployment of a test, but this time we have the 4 demo satellites in there again. And I very much hope that we're going to see them deploy, because as Felix already told you, last time they did have a camera on one of the satellites, and it would be insanely cool if we see like a view from the satellite floating away from the Starship, then we get like a view of the Starship. That would be very, very cool. And
Absolutely, and yeah, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't have put a camera on one of the satellites for this one. And since they're going on the same trajectory as the ship is going at that time, we might even see it for quite a long time. Should be really nice to see the satellites stacked behind the ship going back toward Earth.
Yeah. So we got a question here from Video Game Connection, and he's asking how long we think that we need to wait until we see a launch from a Starship from Florida. I think that's a great question for you, Chris.
Yeah, actually, as we've covered in previous episodes, there are very concrete plans for Roberts Road to be extended. There will be the biggest facility that SpaceX built so far, and we already see the launch mount there. And I think pretty much we're just waiting to see the first experiences that Pad B at Starbase will give us, and we will see a very quick development over there, because once the construction is done at Starbase, there is no reason to just take what we learned and take all the experience and all the plans and move over to Florida and keep going. So I think that yeah, it's highly likely that we will still see this path coming up there this year.
Yeah, so what I think is pretty cool as well, if you look at the view of the camera, we can see that the sky is getting a bit more blue, slightly. So if we're lucky, we'll actually, maybe it will all clear up, and we'll have a very nice view of the launch. I mean, it's already pretty nice, but you know, blue sky would be cherry on top.
Yeah, definitely. Fingers crossed for the guys who are sitting at Raptor Roost, looking up in the sky and hoping that they get just a bit more than these magic 10 seconds.
Yeah. On the screen here now, we can see the chopsticks that stack the Ship 34 on the booster last night only, right?
Yes.
I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
pretty
so
insane
amazing.
how quick they were. It's like usually they stack it and they do a wet dress rehearsal, and it just takes them pretty long. But this time it was just like stacking and basically instantly launch now, hopefully.
Yep.
So pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's pretty insane to think that we have Booster 16 sitting at Massey's already being has been cryo tested, and so we're just keeping on going, and we see how the cadence is getting shorter and shorter, how launches are like really something that can be expected once a month in the very near future.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I think at the end of the year, SpaceX wanted to get to like a cadence of around 2 launches per month, which would also be pretty insane. I think Elon even said sometime that they're going to do 24 launches this year. I'm still not 100% convinced that that is actually going to happen, because it's been more than a month, it's been more than a month since the last flight, right? Yeah, I think last flight was 16th of January. Now it's beginning of March, so that's 1.5 months. And if they keep this cadence, they're definitely not going to make it to 24 launches this year. But I'm pretty sure they're going to speed up. So that's also going to be very, very exciting. Yeah.
And one thing I'm absolutely certain about is even if we see that like every 2 weeks, the excitement will still be the same. It's just so insane to see that skyscraper filled up with liquid gases, super cooled liquid gases, and then just lit up and sent up to the sky. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see these frost lines. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, they should start in about 10 minutes, so we still have some time left. If our countdown is correct. We even suspected that SpaceX might have moved the launch a bit to the back, because right now the countdown goes to 5 p.m. and 30 minutes, exactly. So about in an hour. And SpaceX moved the stream back about 20 minutes, so we suspected that they might have delayed the launch a bit internally. We don't know that yet, so that's just a speculation. So we might need to wait a few more minutes after the countdown runs out. Yeah, and I just checked their X account again. They still haven't posted anything regarding fuel and propellant loading. So it's a waiting game still.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can though pretty quick go to the events we can expect though. And that would be at 45 minutes or 46 minutes before T0, we would see the LUX loading and then the fuel loading a few minutes later begin for the ship. And then at 41 minutes before launch, we'll see the booster fuel loading, and then at 35 minutes before the booster LUX loading. And once that all is started, we're on a pretty good way for launch. Next step would be at 20 minutes roughly before launch, we'll see the Raptor engines beginning to chill, which is just a precaution to prepare them for launch and already cool them down, because the fuel Starship uses is very, very cold, like negative 190 C, I think. So very cold. And then after that, it's just the propellant loading finishing, and then we're basically good for launch. And I heard that Felix is also back, so I'll get that ready in the background. Let's see.
Okay, see you guys later.
See you later. Bye-bye.
I should be. All right, so I'm back now. That was Chris and Jonathan from the team. Chris is a scriptwriter. Jonathan is basically, he does everything. He is a wizard. He's a magician in the background. He does coding. He does organizing. He does all the live stream production for us. He's an amazing guy. He's actually coming to visit me again here in the United States shortly, which I can't wait. For everybody who has just joined us, we are sitting here waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight number 8. This is Ship 34 on top and Booster 15 on the bottom. Booster 15 is a Block 1 booster, so that's what we used to, but Ship 34 is actually the second Block 2 Starship that SpaceX is launching. I gotta get this over here again. This is a model from Anjuang from morethan3d.com. This shows this is a Block 2 Starship, and there are quite a few changes on this thing, and even more on this flight, because SpaceX had to improve a few things on the last flight. It ended prematurely a few minutes into the flight of the ship. The booster was able to return to the launch site, which was amazing to watch, and hopefully we're going to see that today again. But the Starship itself detonated using its flight termination system and was a huge and very spectacular debris field in the ocean. SpaceX does not want to repeat that, so they have made some changes. What caused the loss of the ship on the last flight was a fire in the attic. That is not the attic that you might know from your house. It is a space above the engines, so above the engine heat shield, but below the aft dome, the lowermost dome ceiling of the propellant tanks. In there was a propellant leak. It filled up, and at some point it was combustible, and it did combust. It started a fire, which shut down the engines one by one, and the Starship lost control, and it had to be detonated. And so SpaceX did improvements on this flight. Oh man, we're seeing so much venting going on right now. Can we switch over to the Dune cam again, to our live view camera, to see if we already have some frost lines? Because this is looking like SpaceX is proceeding into fueling here right now. they're pre-chilling the lines. As you can see, isn't there already something there? It's hard to tell. Yeah. Yeah. So we're waiting for Frostlines to be visible on the outside of the rocket. Normally, SpaceX also tweets that they are starting fueling. We haven't seen that tweet yet, or actually X post, as you have to say now, because it's not called Twitter anymore. SpaceX normally is really good with information. We haven't seen any information yet, so we're still waiting for that. But everything so far looks like we're tracking a launch. So SpaceX doesn't hit any problems, any solid problems like sensors, systems not working, and so on and so forth. Valves not working. Cryogenic valves are a bane for any engineer. They can sometimes fail, but so far so good. And SpaceX seems to be tracking a launch today. So that's what you're here for. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. That is very, very important for us content creators, for the entire team. In fact, it tells the YouTube algorithm that you like the content, and that makes it more likely to share it to more people. I've noticed that we're very, very close to 600,000 subscribers. So in fact, I think if everybody in here who has not subscribed yet clicks the subscribe button, we're likely just going to bust through that. So if you want to put a huge smile on our faces, subscribe. If you want to give even more and keep the team moving and make us do even greater stuff, become a channel member, become a patron, buy yourself a t-shirt on our merch store, or buy yourself a print of our photos on our print store. 50% of that goes directly to the photographer, so he's going to be flipping every time somebody buys a picture. The pictures are beautiful, and the print quality is museum quality, basically. If you frame that in the right way and find a nice wall in your house, you're definitely going to enjoy that. Thank you so much for showing up, and I'll keep answering a few more questions here because you guys are pumping out super chats like crazy. I'm going to try to answer as many as I can. There's a question there from Video Game Connection. That's a really good one. It's not a super chat, but I'm going to answer this real quick. Oh, you did? I am so waiting for launches from Florida, and I really, really hope that this is going to happen soon. I think it's not going to happen this year, maybe, but I don't think so, but hopefully in 26. And I live very, very close to the Cape. It's minutes away from me. And I bet you can bet that I'm very much looking forward to that. The trips down to Starbase are time consuming and it's a hassle. It definitely is. Okay, so let me do some more here. We have Raul Andres Moch. I hope I didn't butcher it too hard. As always, thank you so much for your super chat. Starship return will cross land. If an abort occurs, what would happen? They are coming from around the Earth. Hello from Mexico City. Shout out to Mexico City. And also, before I forget that, shout out to the Texan. Jay sent me this message. So here's your shout outs. Yes. So you can minimize exposure to land by taking the right trajectory. So theoretically, they would just need to pass over Mexico City, basically. So over your home turf. But it's not that much land that they have to cross. And keep in mind that every crew capsule that returns to Florida passes over land before it can splash down near Florida. So that isn't a big thing to do. You just need to be sure that your rocket can do it reliably before you attempt flying over land. And that's what SpaceX is doing here. So that's why they're doing so many test flights, doing testing and improving the prototypes so that they can be sure that nothing happens. But if an abort occurs, let's just hypothetically say we're flying over Los Angeles, or towards Los Angeles, the worst case scenario, and the Starship doesn't want to do anything anymore, it would, at a high altitude, detonate its flight termination system, meaning we'd have a beautiful debris field spread over the continent with many pieces just burning up in the atmosphere, but a few making it through. That's just the danger you have to live with when you're launching a rocket. And that's why SpaceX is so investigated every time every time they have a failure, they're right now still working together with the FAA to do the investigation for Flight 7, to do it as proper as they possibly can, to investigate everything, every little bit that they can find to make it better in the future. That's why you're having so many improvements on this rocket right now. Give me just 1 second here. That is our dog. He's coming in and out of the studio. Now he's in his favorite spot again. He's just off screen over there. I can't move the camera, otherwise I would show him to you. He's the loveliest dog in the world, and he's just really quick, wanted to come into the studio, so don't blame him. But yeah, the FTS would trigger at a high altitude, so much so that most of the debris would burn up. Some debris would probably still likely find its way down. Chances of it actually hitting a person are absolutely slim, because people aren't standing close to each other. It's just a statistical thing. But yeah, that's the reason why they do prototype testing as much as they can before they attempt to do this. If they do it this time, they will have how many soft landings of a Starship in the books already? 4, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but several. And that's the point. As soon as you've shown that you can do this reliably several times in a row, chances are low that it's actually going to fail. So that's what they're betting on. But yeah, there is some... Yep. We're just getting some information here. Oh, there we go. Starship team is go for prop load. So we've got the first go, no go passed. SpaceX is going for the launch, targeting 5:45 p.m. CT. That is a 15-minute delay for liftoff of Starship's 8th flight test. The launch webcast will go live 40 minutes ahead of flight. So it will go live at 5:05 Starbase time, which should be in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, SpaceX is going to join us in this, and we're going to get their live feed and their commentary, giving us the latest information. I'm so happy to see this. So I'm just going to quick quote retweet this. That's another thing that I would always suggest to everybody who's really interested in this. It is absolutely worth it to follow me on X, because I post a lot on X, and you get a good bit of information that doesn't even make it into episodes if you follow me on X. That's at Felix Schlang, of course. If you look through the timeline, you'll see that I post a lot. And sometimes even exclusive content, so stuff that you don't find anywhere else but there. Okay, so let's keep going with this. We have Alan Braga. Thank you so much. I know that name. Thank you so much for being here with us today again. I've been super excited to watch launches since forever. Well, yeah, today we're here for Flight 8. I really, really hope that SpaceX is launching. They've just given us the confirmation that they are go for prop load, which looked like it as well. As I pointed out a few minutes ago, everything looks typical. So we're good. This is amazing. We have Daniel Campbell. Thank you so much for your super chat. Just wanted to say I love your channel, and shout out to my year-old son, Ronan, watching this stream. Hey, Ronan, thank you so much for watching this. Here's your shout out. And you have an epic dad. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have David Britton-All. Thank you so much for the super chat. You are always my choice to watch a launch. Love your enthusiasm. Thank you so much. I can only tell you that this enthusiasm is real. I'm not faking this. I've been interested in spaceflight since I was 6. Back then, actually, it was a pretty sad thing that made me interested in it, because it was Challenger. Challenger the space shuttle exploded shortly after launch. I saw the pictures and I was like, oh, look at that, mommy, this is beautiful. And mommy then told me that this isn't as beautiful as I thought it was, but it was my first real connection to spaceflight. And since then, I've been hooked. And I feel very, very fortunate to do this for all of you. So thank you so much for watching with us. We have Fuzz. Thank you so much for your super chat. Love the vids. I've used your channel to keep me in loop since SN8. Wow, that's been a while. You on-site videography has gotten so great. How are you able to track a rocket? Is it done by hand or automatic? We track by hand. There are ways to track. Well, actually, we don't entirely track by hand because John Winkup, our photographer at the Cape, does track via computer software. But at Starbase, we normally manually track. It takes a very steady hand. If you're looking at a rocket flying at several thousand kilometers per hour or miles per hour, that doesn't make a big difference. With a 600 millimeter zoom lens, any sneeze and you're out. Jonathan, the team is laughing in the background because Jonathan is already there to track the rocket with our camera out in the dunes, and he's doing so with an Xbox pad, which works flawlessly. I've done that, I think, on IFT2 back in the days. I was completely blasted by the ability that we can track a Starship launch with a remote camera half across the planet with an Xbox pad. These analog sticks are actually perfect for it. It has enough buttons to give you all the functions, and it works very reliable and very smooth. And that is how we track the rockets at Boca Chica. But at the Cape, sometimes we track with software as well. That's an image recognition software that basically just scans the live image for an object that looks like a rocket and follows it. It's pretty easy. Well, it's not pretty easy, but if everything works, it's pretty easy. But yeah, that's how we do it. And then we have remote cameras out there that don't track the rocket, but they are triggered by a so-called MyOps trigger, which actually detects noise. Because the photographer, of course, can't stand next to his cameras at the pad. That would be a very unpleasant thing to do. And so the cameras have these triggers on them. And as soon as they detect enough noise level, they start shooting pictures. And that's how almost every launch photographer takes pictures from up close. We have Simply Astro. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey, Felix, thanks for the great coverage. I've been here since the beginning of Starship. Greetings from Austria. Thank you so much for following us for such a long time, for being loyal to What About It. I hope you enjoy the show once more. SpaceX is about to fuel the rocket. They're about to go online as well in about 10 minutes, and then we're going to get the first hard information from them. I can't wait. I'm like, the hype train is strong with me today. That's for sure. In the past few days, I'm always on the team. We've even had a few, like, we've had people. I've asked the people on our team how short towards a launch they get excited, and I was like, a month before, I'm already dancing around, and on the team, actually, surprisingly, most people just get buzzed about the upcoming launch like 2 days or so before it. But I'm the kind of guy who counts the days every time, especially with Starship, with a few others as well. Shout out to Firefly, Blue Ghost. The successful moon landing was absolutely amazing. These kinds of things just keep me going. It's incredible what's happening in the spaceflight industry nowadays, and it's hard to imagine what this is going to lead to. And if we keep pushing, we're going to keep being amazed. So keep pushing. We have Andy Moore. Thank you so much for your super chat. Can you summarize the plans for the next moon landing? When, how, who? Well, it's all in flux right now. There is some political turmoil that you might have noticed in the past few weeks and months with presidencies changing here in the United States. And just to give you an outlook on my political stance with that real quick, I can't vote in the United States. I don't live in Germany anymore, so I don't vote there either. I'm in this for spaceflight. So keep the comments about people you hate or whatever is funded with taxpayer money on a limit in the chat. That's not what we're here for. We're here to take a look at Starship Flight 8, and that's the only thing I'm interested in. But yeah, the next moon landing is directly tied to that kind of stuff. It's political. So far, if the plan still which is never going to happen. I think it's still slated for 26, which is never going to happen, in my opinion. And it's supposed to land with an HLS Starship, a human landing system Starship, which is in development, even though you don't see any prototypes at Starbase. Don't be fooled by that. SpaceX is developing this in 2 projects. Project number 1 is what we're seeing launch here. By the way, is that tweet still up, or were we looking at the camera? We're looking at the camera. It's just on the internals. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so what we're seeing here on the launch pad is project number 1. That is SpaceX. I'm sorry. Is SpaceX trying? That's my microphone right here. Is SpaceX trying to perfect the rocket? The other thing is fleshing out a human landing system for the moon. That can be done separately because SpaceX knows the rough space that they're working with. The internals of their payload bay are known to SpaceX. So they are already building the internals. I hear that comment often from people saying, I haven't even seen anything of that yet. So how are they supposed to launch that towards the moon next year? Which is the plan. They are working on it. Trust me, I've talked to a few. Doug Wheelock, for example, is a NASA astronaut who's been to space many times. I had a personal talk with him. They are actively developing the cockpit, procedures needed to land on the moon. They're training crew. They're building the elevator that is going to lower the astronauts down to the surface. They're working on the life support system. Everything is being worked on in the background. It's just you don't see it at Starbase yet. But that doesn't mean that they're not working on it. They're working on it behind closed doors because this is NASA property. This isn't just SpaceX. SpaceX can decide what they want to show, and they show a lot. But NASA can decide too, and NASA doesn't show a lot. NASA has the doors closed normally until the thing is done and finally rolling out of the VAP. So it's a different situation there. It'll take some more time until we actually see something, but that doesn't mean there isn't anything. Trust me on that. I've talked to a few people. They're heavily working on it behind closed doors. But if it's behind closed doors, I can't really talk about it at What About It, and that's why you don't even hear me talk about it unless it's this little bit in the live stream. There isn't any information that I could talk about. We can speculate, and we've done that before, but there really isn't much. But yeah, for the next moon landing, so far it's supposed to be Artemis 3, and it's supposed to be in 26, I think, which is not going to happen according to my internal knowledge. But we'll see. A lot of things are changing right now because of political situations. But that's always been the case. It's nothing new either. Apollo was heavily political as well. The space shuttle was heavily political. Any large project that is done by a space agency and not a private company is always political. Evan Spector, thank you so much for your super chat. Doing a great job, sir. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing a Starship launch from my house in Florida one day, hopefully in 26. Same here. It's going to be spectacular. I've seen 2 launches in person so far, Starship launches in person, or I think even 3. Not too sure right now, but I've seen at least 2 launches in person. If you live close enough to the Cape, which I presume because you say from my house, you've seen plenty of rocket launches out there in recent years. Starship is a different thing. It is so much bigger. It's so much louder. It's so much more immersive. It's incredible. So you can absolutely look forward to that. I am as well. Baron von Dorf, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, been a while, Felix. Have you heard anything about the future fuel manufacturing hub in Florida? The new Star Factory is insanely massive. Hundreds of Starship's boosters need ludicrous amounts of fuel. Planned output is nuts. I know. What he's referring to is the Star Factory that SpaceX is building at the Cape right now, and it turns out that the plans right now are at least double the capacity of what they have in Boca Chica. So it's going to be crazy. And even in Boca Chica, SpaceX has trouble with fueling the Starships, because if you want to launch the thing 3 times a day, it takes 130 to 150 tanker trucks to fill up a Starship, I think. No, maybe it's even more. Isn't it even more? I don't have the exact number in my head, but it is a huge amount of them. And if they all have to go through a road to the pad, leave their fuel there, and drive back out again, you can see that this is not happening 3 times a day. It can't. So pipelines are the only way to go, or produce on site. SpaceX is working on building an air separation unit at the launch site right next to Pad B, actually, which is going to produce oxygen. So that is a commodity that you then don't have to bring to the pad anymore. And methane pipeline would be my suggestion. It's hard to do because it's regulations. You need permits and you need to adhere to safety standards and environmental standards and all that kind of stuff if you want to put a pipeline through somewhere. But in my opinion, that would be the way to go. Have an LNG terminal and have a pipeline just for starships. They consume a lot of methane on every launch. To those that are saying, this is polluting, the everyday astronaut has done an excellent video on how much rockets actually pollute the environment. Punch that into YouTube once we're done with this launch stream and take a look at that. That'll give you a good estimate on how severe it actually is. Because even though a Starship puts out a lot of CO2 when it launches, it's not nearly comparable to all the CO2 that we're putting out besides rocket launches. That you have to keep in mind. But yeah, to get back to that fuel question, is on-site production and pipelines. You cannot do this with trucks if you want to launch several times a day. That is absolutely for sure. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Absolutely. Thank you. We have Janine again. Thank you so much for another super chat. Hi, Chris, Jonathan, and shout out to Jordan. Jordan, again, he's our photographer at Starbase right now. He's at Raptor Roost. If you want to have an excellent viewing spot for Starship launches, go to raptorroost.com. These guys are right outside the exclusion zone. I've seen several launches from there. It's amazing what Keith is doing on site. Jordan is there too. I'm pretty sure he's watching our stream right now, so you must have heard the shout out from you. Thank you so much. Moldov Valgard, thank you so much for your super chat. The Holy Rocket Trinity, you, Tim, and Marcus, keep it up. Yes. Oh man, you can't imagine how crazy it is for me to be mentioned with these guys in one sentence. Before I uploaded my first video, Tim was my holy grail. He still is, even though I'm making all these videos now. There are some absolutely talented people out there in the spaceflight community. Shout out to Marcus House as well. I've talked so much to Marcus in the last few years about how to do this, about what a content creator actually goes through behind the scenes, because it is a lot of work. Thank you so much for pointing this out, for naming me together with these two guys. It's pretty amazing. For everybody who has just joined us, I'm saying this frequently because there is tons of people going in and out, so don't worry. We're watching Starship Flight 8. They should already be at the point where they're fueling the rocket at this by now. We're still trying to spot frost lines, but they either are already there or coming up shortly. SpaceX has already gone through the go no go decision to fuel the rocket, and it was a yes, so they're going for it. We're tracking no problems. The weather is hazy but fine. Winds are low. It's looking good. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream, become a subscriber. This helps us immensely. I know this is kind of, it sounds a bit stupid, but it helps us a lot. It's completely for free. We're almost at 600,000 subscribers at this point. So thank you so much for doing that. If you want to give even more, become a channel member, become a patron, buy yourself a shirt, buy yourself a print in our print store, shop.whataboutit.store, I think. The moderators are probably going to put the links into the chat right now. That helps us a lot. You get a lot of content, extra content that you don't get otherwise through the subscription. Thank you. Thank you for keeping this moving. Shop.whataboutit.space, I was just told. I've said this link so many times, but right now my head is with the rocket. So excuse me. Thank you for all. Yes. Okay. So we're having a Frostline on the rocket. Everybody, Frostline on the rocket, and SpaceX is going live. So can we switch over to that? Okay. So the SpaceX has turned on the stream, but they still have the SpaceX logo on screen and nothing's happening. We're going to switch over to them as soon as anything happens there. Just give me 1 second real quick here. Got to set something up here. Yeah. Yes, so we have a Frostline on the ship. The The booster will follow shortly if it hasn't already. This is absolutely amazing. We are about, the chances of us actually seeing Flight 8 today are extremely high. Extremely high. Oh, this is going to be good. Okay, I'm going to do as many as I can of these questions that you sent in here real quick. Tiggermark M. Reggae, thank you so much for your super chat. Love your coverage of all things space. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Barty Games, thank you so much for your super chat. Falcon 9 parts over Poland. Loved your polished pronunciation. Thank you. I tried as best as I could. I always try. Polish agency alerted MOD via wrong email. Third rocket here, getting used to it. Exactly. That's what I meant. Oh, and here we have SpaceX. Can you turn up the audio? Okay, so it's just the intro. Let's just enjoy the footage real quick and then switch over to commentary. Yeah, that is a thing. I did a post about that on X as well. Follow me at Felix Schlang. It's worth it. Discussing exactly that, because we're having many more launches now that these kinds of occurrences are going to get more and more likely. So we might want to think about more safety measures there, an autonomous system that makes the rocket deorbit something. There's ways to improve, and I think they're already on it. John Pence, thank you so much for your super chat. What's the difference between the lift points currently on the ship and the proposed catch points? It's the same thing. SpaceX is lifting the Starships and the boosters on their lift pins, on their catch/lift pins. So there shouldn't be any difference there. Galactic Air, thank you so much for your super chat. Do you know if I will be able to see Starship from coastal Virginia? I can't tell you. Okay, so they're alive. Let's get the audio up real quick here.
Central Time here, and we are looking forward to tonight's launch of the world's most powerful rocket. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX.
And I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Welcome to our first ever broadcast from Starbase's new Star Factory building. I've been waiting a while to say that. Super excited. We are just a little over 39 minutes away and counting down to a liftoff at 5:45 p.m. Central Time today.
Yeah, and if you were wondering, yes, that is the pad just behind us. Now, just over 1 month ago, we saw the second ever tower catch of the Super Heavy booster there at that pad, and that was also the first ever flight of the next generation of ship, which successfully lit all 6 Raptor engines and flew for several minutes before contact was lost.
That's right. We completed our investigation following that mission, made a number of hardware operational changes for today's flight. We're going to detail all of those in just a few minutes. Important to remember, though, progress in a developmental program like this one, it's not always linear. There's no comparison, though, for putting that flight hardware in a flight environment to learn as fast as possible. And as always, primary payload for Starship Flight test campaign is data.
The objectives for today's flight will look very similar to Flight 7. We're planning to deploy simulated Starlink satellites and fly a range of experiments. We've moved a number of tiles from ship. We've removed a number of tiles from the ship for reentry testing. We will also intentionally be stressing the flaps during reentry so we can test the limits of ship before we get ready to attempt future ship catches. So lots of new testing happening today, and as always, excitement is definitely guaranteed.
And just checking on things at the pad real quick as we're under 38 minutes away. We are tracking to 5:45 p.m. Central Time liftoff. We've got a window all the way to 6:30 p.m. We have started prop load. You'll start to see those frost lines building up on both Super Heavy and Starship. We're not tracking any technical issues, any range issues, any weather issues from a launch at that 5:45 p.m. mark. So we are loading prop on the vehicles, looking good for a launch in just a little over 37 minutes. Now, let's meet today's vehicle on the pad. It's the world's biggest rocket, Starship.
Yeah, you see it there on your screen, but to get an even better sense of how big Starship is, let's start with the average size human, which is about 2 meters high, or a little over 6 feet. Towering over our human is the length of the Millennium Falcon, which comes in at 35 meters. Our Falcon 9 rocket, which is has the payload fairing attached, is double the height of the Millennium Falcon at 70 meters. And twice nearly the size of that is the fully stacked Starship, just over 123 meters tall. The ship is about 52 meters tall, and the Super Heavy booster alone stands at about 71 meters. So it's pretty big. And we do have plans to make the ship and booster even taller in the future, if you can imagine.
And Starship itself features two major parts. We've got ship, that's the fully reusable upper stage powered by 6 Raptor engines. And then we have the super heavy booster that's fully reusable first stage with 33 of those Raptor engines powering it. Super Heavy, the most powerful rocket ever flown. It's designed to launch, return, refuel, launch again with 0 refurb. And to make all of that happen, we also have Stage 0. That's everything else you see around it that enables Starship to fly. The tower, the orbital launch mount, quick disconnects, prop farm, everything. Stage 0 is also just as critical to achieving that rapid reuse as Starship itself.
Back on the rocket, the ship features 6 Raptors, 3 of them for sea-level engines and 3 for vacuum engines. Raptor Vacuum, or RVAC, is a similar design to the Raptor engine, but features a larger exhaust section and a larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in space. It's also designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, useful for when you're taking off from a place like Mars that's still waiting for its first launch tower.
And that ship is outfitted with 4 flaps that are used to control the vehicle's attitude during subsonic flight and to enable a precision landing. The 2 upper ones are right here. And then to achieve full reusability, the ship has to survive entry not just once, but multiple times every single time we send it up and bring it back. It does that with its heat shield, which we iterate on every single flight as we're just building towards a heat shield that requires no refurbishment. The one today, it's still composed of those thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles, and they're designed to insulate the vehicle during that atmospheric reentry where some of those temperatures spike up as high as about 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. That's one of the real big things we're still working on. Rapidly reusable heat shield has never existed in history, so just continuously improving on it right now is just a key focus for all of these flight tests.
And then there in between the first and second stages is our hot stage. We saw that in action first starting on Flight 2. The hot staging maneuver is when the upper stage engines are ignited before the booster engines are completely cut off. With hot staging, the rocket never stops accelerating during separation. So it's actually more efficient than traditional stage separation, even though it sounds kind of crazy. You actually see it there on your screen now. That is one of the upgrades that we made on Flight 2, thanks to lessons that we learned on Flight 1. Several of the improvements and upgrades made for today's flight will unlock our ability to fly longer missions, something that we'll want to start doing, as we start doing orbital flights around Earth, and of course, eventually to Mars.
And ship definitely had a lot of lessons learned on Flight 7, but Super Heavy Booster put on one hell of a show for our second ever return to launch site and catch. Marked our first reflight of hardware, shout out Engine 314, and it brought us a lot closer to full reuse. For more on that, get ready, Internet. We're going to be joined now by our buddy Chris out in Hawthorne. How's it going, Chris?
And thank you, Dan, and I couldn't agree more. Raptor 134 definitely started us down that path toward rapid reusability for the Raptor engines, and who knows, maybe we'll see it again. Stay tuned. Welcome everyone to Hawthorne, California. As you can hear, excitement is building as we count down to Starship's 8th flight test. Behind me, you can see one of our mission control rooms where engineers here in Hawthorne are assisting our flight control teams in Starbase, keeping an eye on various systems like Starship's avionics and, of course, those powerful Raptor engines that have quite a workout ahead of them today. Now, the Raptor engines you'll see and definitely hear today were manufactured right here in Hawthorne, California. And the engines on today's flight are all Raptor 2 engines, which is the same design we've been using for Starship's flight tests to date. And that includes all of the engines that have powered the 2 Super Heavy boosters back to Starbase for catch and recovery by Mechazilla. But here at SpaceX, we like to continuously improve our designs by eliminating the parts we don't need. We call this applying the algorithm, and that helps us simplify designs and drives us toward rapid, reliable reuse. And that's just what we're doing with our Raptor engines, like you can see here on your screen. I love this family photo of the Raptors because it really shows you the unprecedented step forward in rocket design that Raptor 3 is. And you can really tell that we applied the algorithm here, questioning the requirements for the engine, finding the parts we didn't need, and then optimizing for manufacturability and reuse. Now, one of the cool things about Raptor 3 is that it eliminates the large and heavy engine heat shields, which means that when we move from the Raptor 2 to the Raptor 3 engines on Starship, each Raptor 3 engine is going to save us about 1.1 metric tons of mass, and that's a lot of mass when you multiply that by 39 or more engines. So Raptor 3 will help us increase Starship's efficiency and as well as the amount of mass that Starship is able to deliver to space. And I gotta say personally, it's really exciting to be looking at the engine that will make life multiplanetary, beginning with Mars. But before we get to Mars, we still have a lot of important and critical development work to do, and it's flight tests like today's that help us do just that. So as we get ready for Flight 8, let's take a look back at last month's Flight 7.
Nice. All right, so we're getting a recap. Beautiful images here.
Flight director is go for launch. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one.
Yeah. That's what we're going to see today again. It's ridiculous. That booster consumes 20 tons of propellant per second during liftoff. 20 tons.
Vehicles reaching downrange.
Woo!
Max Q. Booster engine cut off.
And then came the disaster.
Stage separation. Goose back burn startup.
Bye-bye. And it was never to be seen again. Hot stage ring separation. This is something that looks beautiful.
The launch team is go for tower catch.
We are go for booster return.
Yeah, look at it! And it comes down from space at 8,000 kilometers per hour. Look at the heat, the glow between the engines isn't from the engines, it's from re-entry heat. That's how quick it is. Wow. They did it again. Yes!
Booster landing work shut down.
It's surreal.
Pop the booster.
It's surreal. Yeah, and that was the shit.
It looks like we have lost ship.
That was it.
Oh man, seeing that recap, my hands got sweaty again in excitement watching that and in anticipation knowing that we're gonna hopefully get to experience booster catch again. I know seeing my first booster catch, I'll never forget.
There's nothing like it.
Yeah.
Nothing on the planet.
Now, using the data from Flight 7, we've made some key improvements under the hood for today. Flight 7 taught us a couple of important things that changed some of our pre-flight testing to help us investigate more. First, we saw a harmonic response several times stronger in flight than we saw in testing.
And harmonic response, in this case, it's essentially vibrations that we're seeing go through the structure. Rocket engines, as you can imagine, create an incredible amount of noise and vibration, which then passes through every component of that rocket. And on Flight 7, we saw those vibrations happening at a very specific frequency. and they were placing some extra stress on that hardware in Starship's propulsion system. This is most likely what led to propellant leaks that we saw that eventually cascaded into fires and ultimately ended with loss of contact with the ship.
As part of our investigation, our team at Starbase took this flight's ship through a 60-second static fire on the Starship test stand, which is 10 times longer than any previous static fire. During this test, we cycled through multiple throttle levels. In fact, you can see that on your screen now. We cycled through multiple throttle levels on the engines to recreate different conditions seen within the propulsion system during flight. And we tested some hardware changes on fuel feed lines to the Raptor vacuum engines.
This gave us just the extra data that we needed to eventually implement new hardware that's installed in those fuel feed lines for the RVAC, the Raptor vacuum engines. Also tweaked a couple of other things like the temperature of the propellant as we're feeding it to the engines. Also the throttle level that we set for those engines during ascent. Having the ability to do a 60-second static fire, just one of the ways we're trying to expand our test capabilities here at Starbase. You want to test like you fly as much as possible. That just helps us to iterate even faster.
Yeah, exactly. The fuel feed lines to the Raptor vacuum engines, which are unique to this upgraded version of ship, look like large straws running through the oxygen tank. Today's vehicle has one of the hardware configurations we tested in that extended static fire because it showed it was able to minimize the harmonic response and lower its amplitude or strength.
We also took another look at where those fires broke out, specifically in what we call the attic. That's an unpressurized space between just the bottom of the ship's liquid oxygen tank and the top of those engine heat shields. Fires in that space resulted in a loss of vehicle back on Flight 2 and also on Flight 7. So we took some steps to make it more resilient to leaks in the future. To do that, we added a pretty hefty purge system. It's going to use gaseous nitrogen. It's pretty similar to the CO2, the carbon dioxide system we use on booster. It essentially just floods the zone with an inert gas to prevent a fire from ever starting. And then in addition to this, we increased the attic's natural fire defense just by adding some additional vent holes. That helps to keep the attic pressure as close to just vacuum as humanly possible as Starship flies into space.
And for the next generation of ship, we're running the algorithm. We're going to try and do the next best possible thing and delete some of the unnecessary space. So that ship will be using Raptor 3 engines, which will let us reduce the attic volume and eliminate the majority of joints that can leak into the space. In the end, what you're seeing take place with these changes is the core of our test program. We fly hardware all together in a real-world environment. We learn from the data, we make upgrades, and then we fly again. Ultimately, we fly to learn, and we're learning a lot.
That's right. Now, for today's flight test, we're going to be attempting to do everything we didn't get to do on Flight 7. We're still looking to get our first re-entry with this upgraded version of ship. Also intentionally trying to stress it to gather real-world data on just where the vehicle's boundaries are. So don't be surprised if it's not a smooth flight down to a landing for ship today. As always, it's going to start with liftoff, the 33 Raptor engines on super heavy igniting, lifting both it and Starship into its ascent, and it's going to power us all the way until hot staging.
Yeah, those engines on the ship will ignite while the ship is still attached to the booster. This will create that stage separation that we see there. Second stage will continue to go on its way. The booster will make a flip and come back here to the launch tower just behind Dan and I for hopefully what we will see the third ever booster catch.
Meanwhile, ship continues its ascent, gets into its suborbital place in space. We're going to have a test satellite deploy, pew-pew, Starlink's firing out. And then we're also going to do a Raptor relighting one of those sea-level engines before we get to ship re-entry.
Troubleshoot by the state machine.
And the ship will continue through, make its entry phase that lasts for a few minutes.
Countdown hold. I didn't fully understand what he was saying because
and if some comms did just go out, we heard that an operator hold got in, so they are troubleshooting one issue. As we continue to move through prop load, we'll get some more details on what caused the hold, and if we start to reset to a new T0. We are still loading prop on the vehicle, so essentially putting that hold in means that if we get through everything and we hit that T-minus 40-second mark, we'll hold there and wait to clear the issue if we haven't cleared it at some point in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
for those that are unfamiliar, that T-minus 40-second period is an opportunity to troubleshoot, unlike our Falcon timeline. So we do have a little bit of leeway.
Yeah.
Continuing on with today's plan, that ship will be making a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean, as we have seen before. We are launching at 5:45 p.m. Today. This evening launch will allow us to have daytime views of the ship as it makes its splashdown. So,
Yeah,
good news.
It's a lot on ship's plate, but we're still hyper-focused on finding all of those real-world limits of Starship. We want to be able to prepare to return ship to launch site and catch it. A lot of these recent upgrades are just made to enable that to actually happen.
Flight 7 premiered a huge block of upgrades to the upper stage to add more capability to Starship. And with Flight 8 today, we're hoping to get through a full flight. Starting us off, the forward flaps got a redesign. They shrunk in size and shifted toward the top of the vehicle and away from the heat shield. And that will significantly reduce their exposure to reentry heating. Also, by making Starship 2 meters taller, we added about 25% more propellant volume, along with propulsion upgrades such as vacuum jacketing of the feed lines, new fuel feed line system for Raptor vacuum engines, and an improved propulsion avionics module.
Yeah, ship got a little bit taller. That extra prop's going to allow us to fly those longer missions. We're not planning on stretching it a whole lot more beyond this in future ones, but then, you know, once we're flying the next version a lot, it'll be going. Just like the previous flight, a lot of tiles have been purposely removed. As again, we're trying to stress test all of the vulnerable areas, call this the missing tile test. Those tiles are removed in strategic locations all across the vehicle, including critical areas like those tanks and over the flap seals, as we use this flight to just really push those boundaries. In addition to that, we have some metallic tiles, again, that are being tested, including one on the right of this animation that has some active cooling built in.
The vehicle's avionics also underwent a complete redesign with things like 4 upgraded Starlink terminals, combining Starlink, global navigation, and RF communications. You can see that location there on your screen. And on the sides of the vehicle, non-structural versions of the ship's catch fittings are installed to test the thermal performance, along with a smoothed and tapered edge on one section of the tile line to address hotspots that we observed during Flight 6.
And once more, we're back at testing some radar sensors on those tower catch arms. We did that last flight. We're doing it again as we look for some additional ways to measure the distance between the arms and the vehicle. Catching the ship's going to be pretty different from catching the booster. It does that flip right before, so your antennas are going to rapidly reorient. And so just having any extra sensors on the ground side, you're adding extra layers of control while the ship and tower talk to each other for a catch.
In another first, Starship will deploy 4 Starlink simulators. They are similar in size to our next-generation Starlink satellites. With unparalleled payload capacity and full reusability, Starship will be able to deploy our more advanced V3 Starlink satellites, which will revolutionize global connectivity with Starlink all over again.
Each one of those Starlink V3 launches on a Starship is going to add about 60 terabits of capacity to the Starlink network. To give you some context, that's about 20 times the capacity of what we're adding with every V2 mini launch on a Falcon 9 right now. That's going to help us expand Starlink's network, expand its impact in the coming years as we expand that access to high-speed internet all around the world and eventually beyond. And the Starlink simulators that we're deploying today, they're going to be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship. We expect them to demise as they enter in the atmosphere. And then Starship's trajectory itself looks very similar to our last several flights, splashdowns targeted in the Indian Ocean. And on top of all of that, we're also going to relight a single Raptor engine again while in space. We're just trying to get data on in-space Raptor burns. You're going to need those for deorbit burns when we're doing orbital missions, and eventually when we're doing missions way beyond Earth and we're on our way to Mars.
Yeah, so just like you said earlier, Dan, there's a lot on Starship's plate for today. But one of the hallmarks of these Starship flights are the incredible views that we get throughout the flight, courtesy of Starlink. Every day, we're working to expand the Starlink network both on Earth and in space. For how all this connects us to the big mission, let's head back to Chris.
Thanks, Kate. And as fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables us to bring you a lot of those unprecedented views, both from space and on Earth. Personally, I love all those epic views of the plasma wrapping around Starship during re-entry. So thank you to our Starlink teams who enable all of those amazing views and the information we get. Now, in addition to the dozens of cameras on Starship itself, as you see on your screen here, we also have mobile Starlink camera kits deployed in the middle of the Indian Ocean, as you're seeing from a previous flight. Starlink also allows us to connect our aerial cinematography units on the ground at Starbase and at other strategic camera spots around Texas and the world. And that's all part of how it comes together to help us tell the incredible story of Starship, both on and off the planet. So thanks to Starlink, Starship is now capable of streaming more than 120 megabits per second of real-time, high-definition video and telemetry through every phase of flight. This not only provides those incredible views of re-entry for all of us, but also the invaluable engineering data to help our engineers rapidly iterate across all systems of Starship. And all of that streaming data today will be put to good use with the more than 30 cameras that are on the vehicle for today's flight. Now, Starlink is the world's largest satellite constellation operating in low Earth orbit to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet. This provides internet access to people around the world, many of whom have never had connectivity before. As of today, Starlink is serving more than 125 countries, territories, and other markets, and has more than 5 million active customers and counting. But to meet the growing global demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX recently expanded its factory at Bastrop, Texas, and introduced Starlink Mini as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink standard kit. Here's our first ever look inside our brand new Bastrop facility.
Oh, that's interesting.
There's like an interesting stat where like the odds of being struck by lightning in your lifetime are like about 1 in 15,000. And we make 15,000 dishes a day. If the odds of a defect happening are the same odds as being struck by lightning in your lifetime, it's almost guaranteed to happen one time in this factory a day. So you have to have like a very intense focus on quality.
Right now, we're in Bastrop, Texas at the Starlink manufacturing site, just about 20 miles east of downtown Austin. So the main function of this site is to produce our standard Starlink kits. Right now, we're producing 15,000 a day straight out of the factory. Raw plastic pellets come in, raw aluminum comes in, and we make those into the Starlink kits and then ship them right out to customers' homes.
When you manufacture the product that you design in-house, you're forced to live with the mistakes. What that means is that you're very motivated to quickly innovate and iterate such that you can rapidly improve the process. Our previous generation of the production line was maxed out in terms of capability, and the demand for Starlink has kept growing. So when we sat down to go design this factory and this version of our production line, we were really forcing ourselves to innovate.
I just want to say one thing real quick while they're explaining that Bastrop facility is that I know exactly where those commentators, Kate Tice and the other guy, where they're sitting in the Star Factory right now. They're going to get the most amazing view of the launch.
Source more of our manufacturing processes so we can continue to go from raw material to completed kit within the walls of this factory. I can't understate the hard work of all the employees at this factory who've made this a reality. Less than 2 years ago, this was an empty building with no employees. And over the last 20 months, we've built a factory from scratch. We've gone from producing 0 kits to over 70,000 a week. And we've gone from 0 employees to over 1,000.
And it is incredible to see all of the tech in that facility that will help millions of people around the world the way they want to use it and the way that they need to use that technology. Definitely a lot of good things to come from our Bastrop facility. And while we're talking about the infrastructure that enables us to do all of these amazing things, you've probably seen some changes recently around Starbase. Coming online this year is the second tower at Starbase, and this tower has redesigned chopsticks and is built to accommodate the next generation of Starship and Super Heavy. It will have a redesigned launch mount and flame diverter system built to be rapidly reusable and hardy enough to withstand hundreds of launches at a time. Now, over at the production site down the road, we're also building a new integration and refurbishment facility called Gigabay. And Gigabay, as the name implies, will allow us to process more Starships at the same time over our current megabays. But Gigabay isn't just for Texas. If that weren't exciting enough, we're also further expanding Starship operations into Florida, bringing production and launch capabilities to the Space Coast. As Starship flight testing, development, and launch cadence continues to pick up pace at Starbase in Texas, over in Florida, we're building a Gigabay as well. Gigabay will stand 380 feet tall and will provide about 46.5 million cubic feet of interior processing space and about 815,000 square feet of workspace. Now, as environmental impact statements continue for potential Starship launches and flights from both Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center and Launch Complex 37 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, we plan to complete the Starship launch pad at Pad 39A this year. And pending the completion of environmental reviews, SpaceX intends to conduct the first Starship launch from Florida from Launch Pad 39A later this year. Now, we're also interested in enabling Starship launches from Slick 37. And as part of this process, SpaceX has been given a limited right of entry for Pad 37 to conduct further due diligence at the site in order to move forward with the environmental impact study that's being led by the Department of the Air Force. Ultimately, we will have production, integration, refurbishment, and launch facilities in both Florida and Texas, driving the needed flight rate for Starship to help make humanity a multiplanetary civilization. And Kate, I could talk about this stuff for literally hours on end, but we've got a Starship to launch today. So how are things looking 11 minutes before launch here?
11.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that we're getting close to go time. Quick update on range and weather. For the range, the area around the pad has been well cleared. This includes the land, air, and sea space. So all is clear on the range front. That also applies to over in the Indian Ocean. The sea and airspace has been cleared as well for ships re-entry. Once again, we are making a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So just the buoy cams are out there, and we'll get some great videos once again. Weather, we have a 35% chance of violating the weather the weather constraints for launch today. So it's not perfect, but it's not bad. Visibility also not so awesome. We can see the tower here. We're 2 miles away from the launch pad, but visibility around the greater area might be a little challenging.
Yeah, in terms of the vehicle itself, so right now you can see we're almost done loading prop on ship, almost done on booster. If you tuned in and heard earlier, we did hear talk about a flight controller hold going in. So just a reminder, all that means is we wouldn't be able to pass that T-minus 40-second mark. They're literally talking about it right now on the loops that they think they've got the problem figured out. It was an issue on the booster where we think we'll be clear by about the T-minus 2-minute mark, and we will be able to move right through that T-minus 40, hopefully. So, prop load continuing. We're not holding or anything yet. And we're expecting that issue to clear before we get to that T-minus 40 mark. This morning, though, we did all of the usual checkouts, aligned the navigation systems, did all of our booster and ship tank purges, got them ready for prop load, chilled down the pad, which you can see all the cryo right now. Things are pretty chilly out there. Prop load's been going.
Oh, the flaps are moving. All right, we're back. Very sorry for that. Traditionally happens right before the launch.
Yeah, come work here. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled program. Let's launch a rocket.
All right, so we're coming up to 8 minutes until liftoff. As we mentioned before, flight controllers are already on console. They're located in our Ad Astra Launch Control Center, about 6 miles away from the pad. But they will soon be moving here with us to Star Factory. So a lot of excitement around that, certainly growing.
Yeah, and again, general status check. We're continuing to progress. We're under 8 minutes away. We're tracking an issue with booster. We're expecting that to clear. Still looking good for launch. Speaking of booster, let's talk about catching one.
Absolutely.
The tower's 2 giant robotic arms that lift and stack Starship on a Super Heavy for final integration ahead of flight. We also use those to catch. It means we don't have any landing legs on the booster. Makes the booster lighter. Means we can throw more payload into space.
Exactly. Following liftoff and after the 2 stages separate in flight, Super Heavy will return to the launch site, the same exact launch site that it lifted off from, reignite its engines to slow the vehicle down. Here we see playback from a previous booster catch. I believe that was our first booster catch. The vehicle will slow down, tower arms will come out and catch the booster.
And just like the last few times, literally thousands of different vehicle pad criteria have to be met before we bring a booster back and try to catch it. We need healthy systems on Super Heavy, on the launch tower, and we need that final manual command from the mission's flight director for the day. If that command isn't sent before we finish the boost back burn, or if any of those automated health checks kick us out, the booster defaults to a trajectory, takes it to a landing burn and a soft splashdown in the Gulf.
Yeah, we have said it multiple times before, but it still holds true today. We accept no compromises when it comes to ensuring the safety of the public and our team, and the return will only take place if the conditions are right, and there are many of them. So there's a chance that we may not get to catch the booster today.
Yeah, and one aspect to the return and the catch of that booster is the audible sonic boom. In the area around the return location, that happens as the booster's slowing down from supersonic speeds. It's similar to sonic booms that were heard during the return and landing of NASA's space shuttle for anyone that was in Florida for those.
Sonic booms like these are unique to vehicles returning from space and are one of the hallmarks of reusable systems like our Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy vehicles. The general impact to those in the surrounding area of a sonic boom is basically a brief thunder-like noise, and I've heard sonic booms before, but I got to experience my first in-person Starship sonic boom on Flight 7, and I can confirm it's pretty fun to experience.
How can they be so close to the rocket? Look at these pictures. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Look at the shock waves on the ground. I love this footage. This is so good. This is so good.
And as someone who
It's
has heard
amazing.
sonic booms many times in Florida, they are definitely a hallmark, and what a way to announce a returning space vehicle's return for reuse. Now, here in California, as you can imagine, the excitement is growing here. The crowd is growing. Kate mentioned our flight controllers in Ad Astra in Texas. Here in Hawthorne, we also have controllers on console in Mission Control, helping those teams in Texas monitor Starship's various systems, including the avionics and those 39 Raptor engines that were built right here in Hawthorne. Now, with 4 minutes, 30 seconds to go, Dan and Kate, how are we looking for a launch today?
4 minutes and 30 seconds.
So we are still looking good. We're just about fully topped out on propellant on both vehicles. The closeout's going to be coming up in about a minute on ship, and then about 30 seconds later on the booster. We are still hearing chatter in the background about the booster issue that we're tracking. We may still be able to pass the hold, but if we need to hold at T-minus 40 seconds, we have several minutes that we can hang out there and work to just kind of troubleshoot those final issues before we get the go. Once we're fully loaded on prop, which is coming up soon, we've got just shy of 11 million pounds of liquid oxygen, liquid methane on both of those stages. And then once we're done, we're going to see that we're going to hear the ground lines do what's called pushback. So all of that propellant gets pushed out of those lines back to the tanks, clearing the pad for launch.
Now, in the next few minutes, the guidance system will perform a final alignment. The automated flight safety system will be armed, and thrust vector control, or TVC, checkouts will be performed. As we said, if we do need to hold, it would come at that T-minus 40-second mark. That is the point in the countdown where we can pause to wait for final checkouts or pressurization, or if we need to continue to work through that issue. So once we pass through that T-minus 40-second mark, a number of things are going to happen quite quickly. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure. The ship's going to go on to internal power. And after that, the quick disconnect, or QD, arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. And once we do pass that T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened, and if we can proceed again to T0. But that's only in certain situations.
I don't like that 31 kilometers per hour wind.
2.5 minutes away. We do have a couple of things, like if we hit T-minus 10 seconds and you see water start flowing out of the deflector, that is a reason for us to scrub for the day, is that's once it's turned on, it doesn't turn off. and then we'll have to refill the tanks on both the water farm and the prop farm. Our team's gotten really, really good at refilling stuff really quick, so we can reposition for about a 24-hour recycle if we need to.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of
we're
things,
coming up. We're coming up just under 2 minutes away. Now hearing we might hold at that T-minus 40-second mark while they still talk through a couple of troubleshooting steps. But again, if we hold there, we can hold there for several minutes, even with all prop fully loaded on the vehicle, before we can release the hold and decide to move forward.
That's good. A minute and 30 seconds, everybody. This is it. Flight 8. Let's hope they don't hit any trouble. Oh.
All right, less than a minute and a half away. Again, keep your eye on the clock. Look for T-minus 40. We may hold there. It's not a rocket launch unless you're talking nonstop in the background until right before you lift off.
Once again, if we hold at T-minus 40 seconds, we have an opportunity to hold there for several minutes.
A minute.
This is unique to Starship. We don't have this ability on Falcon.
We don't know the rules for wind.
Away. We did just hear we are going to hold at T-minus 40. So look for the clock to pause when we hit T-minus 40 as they finish troubleshooting. And then we'll let you know as soon as we start hearing more. And if that clock's when that clock's gonna start rolling. So holding at T-minus 40. So the team's talking in the background, still troubleshooting. And we can hang out here for a couple of minutes.
Let's see what they can do. That's what I talked about earlier on the stream, the minus 40 seconds.
It sounds like
mark.
We cleared the issue on the booster. We're now holding for a late breaking issue with ship. So they're talking through that right now.
Dan, you mentioned things that we've gotten really good at. It's incredible to think that we just stacked this vehicle earlier this morning, and we're already, through prop load. Prop load's pretty much complete and ready to go. It's a very slimmed down timeline.
Yeah, this by far will be our fastest. We stacked the thing for the first time ever with these vehicles less than 24 hours ago. We really want to get to a point where we can, fly rapidly, fly as quickly as possible. And so this is definitely a case to try and push that forward. No wet dress or anything like that with these vehicles.
Absolutely. And should this booster come back for a successful landing, you were talking about the rapid part of rapid reusability. This booster may fly on a future Starship flight if we're able to catch it and bring it back online. So for those of you that have just recently joined us, we have paused at T-minus 40 seconds just to assess and work through a problem that popped up in the countdown, and we are holding here as the teams troubleshoot it. We believe that we have put in a solution and we will be able to proceed, but we have some chatter on some nets indicating that we're just holding here for a few more seconds. Now, this is a great opportunity for the teams. This is unique on Starship. We don't have this ability on Falcon to hold here, partially because there's just so much propellant that it takes longer as a whole for it to cool down with that amount of volume that we have compared to the Falcon vehicle. But this T-minus 40-second hold is pretty cool because basically everything that would have been a scrub is actually just an opportunity to hold here and work through it. Or I should say many things, not everything. Like I said, we're working through an issue now, but we can also pause here for final checkouts or completion of pressurization to get up to flight levels, that kind of thing. So it's a nice feature to allow the team to wait for final checkouts or.
All right, I'm going to silence Kate Tice here for a second. I'm seeing that we have 60,000 people watching this right now. Everybody push the like button, subscribe to the channel. This is very, very important for us. If everybody would do this right now, we'd blast to 600,000 subscribers. So if you want to make us smile, do that now. Thank you. And we're still waiting for SpaceX. We'll see when they come back. Still holding at T-minus 40 seconds. Man. Still holding. Whatever they said sounded really positive, so I'm expecting this countdown to keep going soon. They had two issues, one with the booster, one with the ship, but the one with the booster is resolved, and the one with the ship, they said that they are just going to pass through the hold real quick. So let's see if we can do this. Come on, SpaceX. Can you launch Starship Flight 8? That is the question. Because tomorrow's weather looks bad. So it would be probably a 2-day delay. I don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. What do you guys think? What does everybody think? Are they going to launch? Type a go if you think they're going to launch, and type a no if you think they're not going to launch. Go, 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 go. Oh boy. Oh, this hold is...
All right, if you're just tuning in, we are still holding at this T-minus 40-second gate. We cleared an issue on the booster that we were working up until the hold, still working one on ship, and team still continuing to discuss in the background. We can still hold here for several more minutes. If we're not able to resolve the issue or find a workaround, then we would have to essentially scrub and stand down for the day. If that does happen, we can go as early as tomorrow, but that clearly depends on what work we might need to do to fix any issues. So just obviously stay tuned. But right now, we're a little over 5 minutes into this hold today. We've got a couple more minutes that we can hold at T-minus 40 before we have to kick out. Essentially, looking at a lot of those propellant temperatures on both vehicles, you want those to stay in pretty specific ranges for engine startup and things like that. That's what generally drives how long we can hold at T-minus 40. So still hanging out. As soon as we hear an update on the ship, we will let you know.
All right. For everybody who has just, like, that's a thing, you know, me just saying that everybody should push the like button gave this stream 5,000 extra likes. So if you haven't done so yet, like the channel, like the stream, and subscribe to the channel. This helps us a lot. Seriously, thank you so much. I've seen the stream of goes
to sound
and
like
no
we
goes.
might have a decision real soon.
Come on. Come on. Yes!
All right, you see the clock rolling. It is time to go for launch.
We are go. 30 seconds, everybody.
30 seconds to go. Oh. And we just heard a hold.
Oh, no.
So we kicked. Psych. No. So we did kick out back to the T-minus 40 hold.
Why? This is not good for my mental health. Emotional damage. This is not good. Oh. This is not good.
All right, so as we started counting back down, we did trip a few more holds automatically from the booster itself. So
what's up, 15?
We are now going to hang out here again at T-minus 40. They've got a couple more troubleshooting steps that they can take. If we're able to get through that, we can start counting down again. If not, we could always offload and try again on either tomorrow or another day. But right now, we're not done for the day yet. Still holding at T-minus 40 seconds. And as soon as we hear some more or start seeing that clock move, you will know if we're going to go for our launch attempt today or if we just try it again another day. So keep listening in, and we'll have an update shortly.
Oh, come on. So you see a wonderful drone view there right now, and I'm mentally damaged. I'm really, really hoping that they can check those problems off the list and just do the launch. So far, we're passengers here. We'll have to wait and see what they come up with.
Go.
That doesn't look good.
All right, and we did just hear the call. We are going to offload for today. So we had a couple of holds trip as we started counting down from T-minus 40 again. And it's not something we can change with small config tweaks. So we are going to offload our prop and then try again another day. So we're able to fully tank the vehicle. We're unable to lift off today, but just because we don't go today doesn't mean we're not going to go tomorrow or one of the days coming up. So we are going to start offloading all of that propellant on the booster and the ship. As we talked a little bit earlier, we can go as soon as 24 hours later. We won't know that for sure until we dig into everything that kicked us out of our attempt today. So obviously just keep an eye on all of our updates.
Will do.
So we are expecting could be about 24 hours, but we will definitely let people know.
Yeah. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in. Unfortunately, we would have liked to lift off today, but the teams are doing the right thing and standing down while we troubleshoot, and we'll share more information as it becomes available, including when our next launch opportunity is. So be sure to keep an eye on our SpaceX account on X, and as I said, we'll share more information as it becomes available.
All right. Thanks all for joining us today. We'll see you at the next attempt.
Thank you very much, SpaceX, for this incredible tense 40-second hold. This is our live view from the dunes. As you can see, the rocket is still frosty, but they are going to immediately start detanking it, which is, of course, not what we wanted to see. Viewers are already disappearing. Thank you so much for watching this with us. Whatever your rest of your evening plan is, don't cry too much. We might be in for another attempt tomorrow. If not that, definitely the day after. SpaceX is going to launch this thing. Don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to the channel before you leave. That is what fuels the motor, and that's what keeps the algorithm going, and that's what we all depend on here on YouTube. So thank you for that. Problem is, we don't have much information. So we can't really tell what exactly happened. Maybe we want to move over to the other camera here because that camera is saying, now it's working. We have several cameras out there. We don't have much information. There are some ticket items on the booster. B-15 seems to have not wanted to launch today. We'll have to wait and see what they come up with. Stay tuned for more information on from SpaceX on X. They are really quick with this. And if you don't want to search, you can follow me at Felix Schlang. I tweet or I post. You can't say tweet anymore. I post a lot there. That's definitely worth it. We're definitely going to be online again for the next attempt. That is all we can say. Man, this was this was not healthy. I wished the rocket would have launched. Since we don't know much about it, about what the problems were, we can speculate as much as we want to. We won't find the true reason. We are going to try to bring out an episode tomorrow, but that's heavily dependent on if SpaceX wants to try to launch again tomorrow. If they want to do that, we're likely going to push our episode release as well, because this keeps us on our heels as much as it keeps you on your heels. I need a coffee now, or something like a double whiskey or something like that. This was too much stress for me. Exactly. Jonathan in the background just said launch gets scrubbed, starts drinking immediately. No, of course not. But man, this was straining on all of us. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. I'm going to let Jonathan and Chris talk if they want to fill the spot, because I definitely need a 10-minute break. And there's nothing going to happen anymore today. So we're going to leave you after that with the typical images that we have. We're going to leave the camera running for you guys, because we always do. So you don't have to leave. If you want to enjoy the show, see the Starship detank, get the latest info from Jonathan and Chris if you want to, feel free to stay. It was wonderful having everybody, as always. I'm enjoying this as much as you do, so thank you so much for watching with us. It is a pleasure. It truly is. And I really hope that SpaceX can go for a 24-hour turnaround. we heard from Erica earlier from the weather report that weather for tomorrow does not look perfect. So we'll have to see if the weather plays along. If not, so right now I would predict SpaceX launching on Wednesday and not tomorrow. But we'll see about that. If they do not launch tomorrow, you're going to get our episode with the latest news about what happened today and a lot of other stuff, because we've had a moon landing recently, for example. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. Man, I would have wanted to see the thing launch today. It's really like this disappointing moment when you realize that it's not going to launch, but that's rockets. Hey, Jonathan, that is rockets for you. I still vividly remember my first rocket launch that I watched in person. That was CRS-20. That was SpaceX's last Cargo Dragon 1 launch, which was historic for that reason. But they pushed it for 10 days straight, and I was on vacation in Florida. I wasn't living here yet. So, and I wanted to go to Starbase as well. So we ended up pushing our flight to Starbase. I was there with a patron back then. It was amazing. And we ended up pushing our flight to Starbase 2 days because SpaceX kept pushing the launch. That's what happens with rocket launches. It happens even more with prototypes. So yeah, what do you say, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think my heart rate can do this any longer.
No.
So I very much hope that they would launch today. But you know, it's rocket
especially
science.
because I mean, hold. Oh, we're continuing. No, hold. Oh, we're continuing. No.
It went like this. Just right.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for congratulating us on this successful not launch live stream. We are going to be back online for this as soon as SpaceX is back online for this. You can make very sure of that. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I have a little bit of work left to do today because I do think that SpaceX is not going to try a launch attempt again tomorrow, as bad as it may sound right now. I'm betting on Wednesday right now. So that means we want to get an episode out to you guys. And that is what our entire heart wants. And so I have some work left to do. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll definitely be back next time, and probably for the next 100 Starship launches. You can count on me easily. This is way too exciting. You've seen it again today. Even if there is no launch, I'm losing my hair faster than I can replace it. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for watching this together with us, and emotional damage altogether. This is amazing. Thank you so much for being a part of this community. It's like my wife can't even stop laughing anymore. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chris, take over. I'm going to sign off, and I'll see you again on the next episode and on the next live stream. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, wow. So, you know, we all hoped it's gonna launch today. It didn't, but nothing we can do now. I had like all the replays prepared and everything, so you could have an awesome view at stuff that would have happened. It didn't. Though.
Exactly. Yeah, that was just really heartbreaking to see, especially as Felix already said, with the countdown being restarted and then jumping back to 41, and that was kind of sad to see. But yeah, it's rocketry, and we will see that thing fly, and I guess we will see it fly sooner than later. So it might be a couple days, and then we're back in the game.
Yeah. So I would also, yeah, I would very much also think that they're not gonna try tomorrow. I mean, we saw what Erica said about the weather. It already wasn't too great today, and give me 1 second. Yeah, so it also already wasn't too great today, as we also saw with all the fog. And then tomorrow it's not supposed to be any better.
Yeah.
So I would guess it's also moved to Wednesday, which also gives them some more time to troubleshoot whatever problem they just had, which is unfortunate, of course, but it's rocket science after all. So yeah.
Absolutely. It looked like they had multiple problems, maybe multiple little problems, but at least multiple problems, especially with the booster coming in with these automatic triggers. And so I guess they have a lot to just check through and see how fast they can get that thing going again.
Yeah, I mean, we do still have our live cameras up, so if there's anything you guys want to see at the pad, feel free to put that in the chat. and we'll see if we can get a view of that.
At least we do have a nice view with the sun setting and the ship detanking, so something romantic
cool
for the end of the evening.
Well, seeing a launch would have been even better. So
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have questions that are also relevant after the launch now, as I said, feel free to put those in the chat. You know, I don't think there's too much we can talk about now. I mean, they did reveal some interesting stuff in the stream, especially maybe I can get the videos up. They were talking about activity at Florida, which is very great.
Yeah,
let me just
confirming
get the tweet up.
Confirming that we should see a launch from Florida this year was just amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. And that would probably be the only possibility for them to get close to their 24, 25 launches this year.
Yeah, there we go. So that's the tweet regarding the activity at Florida, and it's just a render. But if we're gonna see something like that at Florida soonish, because I think they were talking about end of this year even.
Yeah,
which is pretty insane. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like that would just be huge.
Yeah, they're starting to build it in a month, so we will see that thing rising, and they know how to build these big buildings. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, we will soon see a lot more Florida, I guess.
Yeah, this is a fairly nice shot. You can see the production site in the back on the left, lower left there. That's where all the ships and boosters are built, and then they roll down the long road to the production site, to the long site. Sorry.
Yeah, and
this is a fairly cool shot with the sunset.
And also, this new Star Factory is going to be even bigger than what we saw at Texas. So it's just something you can't really imagine. It's probably even surreal when you're standing right in front of it.
Yeah. I mean, sadly, the only rocket I ever saw launch was a Falcon 9. Which you might say like small rocket, right? And I'm pretty happy I ever got the possibility to see a rocket launch, and it's very, very cool. So I can only imagine how like insane a Starship launch is, because you can get very, very close to a Starship. So yeah, this whole thing is just very, very insane.
Yeah, that is something that I still have to witness. I will definitely see a rocket launch sooner or later, but yeah, I can already imagine it's completely awesome, but I think it's something that you just have to experience for yourself to even get close to what it actually is. And then your human mind probably won't even be able to wrap around it when it's something as big as Starship. It's something that, yeah, everything inside of you is screaming that this shouldn't be happening. It's so sci-fi.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, because I saw some people in the chat wondering what happened. So we actually saw a scrap of today's Starship Flight 8 attempt. That means that they're not going to continue trying to launch the rocket you see on screen today, which is fairly unfortunate, but we can't change it at this time. They said that the next launch opportunity for them is either in 24 hours, so you know, that will be tomorrow, or any day after that. So fingers crossed we see them retry this very soon. We did have a weather update from Erica from my radar earlier this stream, and she said that the weather isn't looking too great for tomorrow. So we wouldn't be surprised if we actually don't see a launch attempt tomorrow, and we only see the next one on Wednesday. Yeah, pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, I still think that we will probably see this full stack standing there. I don't even think that we will go as far as seeing it being destacked. I'm really hopeful to see it go in the next 48 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect that the issue they had wasn't too big. I mean, they delayed the rollout of the ship by some time, and even the booster came out fairly late. So there might have been some stuff up front that wasn't too great already, but we don't know that yet. So
yeah, basically what we just saw was the wet dress rehearsal for this flight. Yeah, and usually when they find any issues in the wet dress rehearsal, we don't even learn about them. Yeah, it's just something where we see the ship tanking, we see the detanking, and then they go for launch. And by then, they have all these little things fixed, and this might just be what we experience here today.
Yeah. So I don't think there's actually too much we can still discuss. As I said, if you still have questions, put them in chat. But I think we have basically answered everything. I mean, there's not too much to talk about now that we sadly didn't see this launch. Okay. Yep. I think I would offer this. We're going to leave the camera feeds on for you guys. You can check out the detanking and everything. It's probably going to take them a few hot minutes to get all the fuel out of there and until the frost lines disappear. And even after we stop the stream, we have a 24/7 stream running where you can see our Starbase cameras every day, every night, the whole year. So if you want to check out those, feel free to do so. It's another live stream on this channel. And I think that's it for us. Thank you so much for watching, guys. As I said, the stream will continue to be online, but we'll stop the commentary for now. And yeah.
Thank you for watching. And I hope you will all be there when we see the next launch attempt tomorrow or the day after.
Okay.
Hopefully. Bye.
See you guys soon. Bye-bye.